And could you put it up on the big screen?
Yes, sir.
And we should be live. Hello, folks. I'm glad to see everyone that is here. Need to move a few things out of there. A little bit of, yeah. Anyway. Oh, you can see me in my office just sitting here ready to go for another fast, hopefully faster race for the first 2 hours. So just kind of getting all set there. Got a to-do list. I've got a to-do list sitting over here. I'm going to make the list public so you can see what I'm going to be working on next. And we have a cat that wants to find her perch up here, so she'll settle down and lay down there. And we have Red Hulk asking how I am. Good. Appreciate you coming. And Trumpkin is here. Megalith is here. Alexa, hiya. Hi there. Adostea. Hug the llama. Hug the llama. What does that mean?
In the background, in the little bunker, there's a little llama sitting on the bed behind the chat window right now.
Okay, behind the chat.
So look on the big screen.
Uh-huh.
It's behind the chat window in the top left in the little bunk.
Oh.
The stuffed llama.
Okay, the stuffed llama. The cuddle bear, the cuddle llama when you go to bed. First time catching a stream for Ouroboros. That's fantastic. Thank you for coming. Hope you enjoy today. I'm starting off with a peach monster today. So pretty soon I'll wake up and we'll start getting going. Looks like Solar Flare is 1.1 in 8 days, he reminds us. Yes, we are so looking forward to that. Is text-to-speech enabled? It is currently enabled, yes, Megalith. We've got it. Yeah, I can't wait either. 99 ACK says, Twitch or YouTube, do you guys have a preference which we watch and talk? No preference which you watch and talk, but from what we can tell, you get a little better experience if you do Twitch. It doesn't lag as much as YouTube does for some reason. So, and it really doesn't matter which you watch. Do follow if you're on Twitch, and do subscribe if you're on YouTube. And we'll because our subscriber count now is hitting the 87,000 level, and so we're going to be celebrating having a 90,000 celebration here pretty soon, on our way to the 100K milestone that you hit to get your first YouTube plaque. So we're pushing subscribers to come to the channel. We got over 100 subscribers yesterday, which was way cool to see that kind of level of acceptance out there. So on the Twitch or YouTube join, either one, they both pay the same. So whichever one you want to join, yep, just 8 days. Just eight days. Yes, the 10th. Today's the 2nd.
Next Tuesday.
Today's the 2nd. It comes out on the 10th. Yes, 8 days from now. And we'll be doing a long live stream that day. I might take a bit of a break in between to take a lunch break, but we're going to do a long stream that day and see how much change it makes to our Gigafactory. That is the big deal that we've been waiting on, our Gigafactory. So that day we'll have the full cadre of everybody here with us, and we'll have Robert online with us playing, and Garrett online playing with us. We'll enable all those good things that you loved about us having all three together. In other words, we'll actually enable the kill doc thing if you really want it.
Everyone's been waiting for that for a long time.
Everybody's been waiting that. No more school for solar flare. Yes, that's always a big deal. iValeXO says, I highly enjoy your YouTube shorts. Well, good. And you're a first-time catching a live stream. That's cool. Glad to have you. CPA Kevin had joined us too. I almost missed him. So that's really good to have a bunch of folks here to start off the live stream. So let's get started.
Yes.
We're going to do a new game. We're going to start the same Rocky Forest. We're going to call this one Speed Run.
Oh, I guess
This is 6.
I have to update the split timer here.
Speedrun, Speedrun, and now it's going to be 6 to 2025. We're going to skip the intro, and are we ready to start the clock, Robert?
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready to start the clock. Okay, very good. Welcome, new member, 98 ACK. Thank you for joining. Appreciate that.
Hub upgrade 6. Landing platform hydraulics.
Okay.
Completed. Freighter
And
landing
be
initial.
quiet.
Congratulations.
Be quiet.
Fix it.
Be
Looks for
quiet.
tier 1 and 2. Your first official objective is to. This objective will take.
Okay. Whew. All right. And guess where I'm going, Robert? I got the easy one this time.
Cool.
First thing we're going to do is we're going to go collect goodies from 2 crash sites. And the nice thing about where I landed this time, we found basically 3 different sites.
Potential and does not generate enough data for Fix-It to make an informed decision. Store this potential resource for later use.
And while Doc is gathering up the stuff here for 98 ACK, and for anybody else who joins, we do have a Discord as well as members only section there on Discord. We will have, for anyone who becomes a member on Twitch or YouTube, we have every Friday our recording session for our episodes, and you can come join us for that. So as long as you have your YouTube and or Twitch account attached to your Discord account, you could automatically get the right roles and join us, which is pretty awesome.
We want to continue going straight east to find the next crash site. And thank you, Robert, for that. collect a little bit of biofuel along the way so that we can stay fueled. There's the other crash site. And I see a bucket of screws right on the edge of that crash site. Can always use more screws, right?
Yes,
Especially
absolutely.
at the beginning. Yeah, let's see what else. What other goodies? Oh, there's some plates. Good. And let's see what else. Oh, some reinforced iron plates. 47 of them. Yes, that's plenty to unlock the one level that we were talking about. So,
Did you go all the way around? I think you missed a side.
I think I missed a side. Did you look down for a moment?
It's entirely possible. Yeah, right there. That's what I was looking for. Okay, now you're good.
I obviously missed a side.
Yes, sir.
So now I'm going south.
Vale says, we hate screws.
Yes, we do hate screws. They're called the necessary evil, right?
Yeah.
Till we get an alternate recipe for screws, which we can't do unless we find a bunch of crash sites.
So, we're kind of incrementally improving the run each time. We know there is because Alexa, who was here in chat earlier, has pioneered a way to run with Caterium early on. And we might end up doing that in the future, but for right now, we're not going to try Caterium yet. We're going to brush up on everything else we're doing first. But that is your limestone mine behind you, Doc. Straightforward. Right there.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I missed it. I thought it was there, and I was running that direction. In fact, I saw these sparklies. I just didn't recognize the
Okay.
spire
And can you
there.
get that to-do list running on the screen for us?
Yes, as soon as I knock this node off of here, I will open that up and paste it in.
Yeah, cast screws are great, and then you have Caterium for Caterium wire, which was the big thing that Alexa did.
All right. We're going to add some public notes here.
Okay, well, that's as far as we can
And
get
that's
for...
as far as we can get. So that is
Okay.
biomass, wood, leaves, and add one smelter. So I'm going to put an enter key so I know where to come back to. So we did the crash site. Boom. Did that one. And we did this one. And okay.
And Pi just discovered that you can open the to-do list like that. Yes, sir.
Yes. So you open up your build menu. You scroll your mouse right over here to where it turns gray like that.
Yep.
And then you can click, just left click there, and it opens up this this list. You can have private notes, you can have public notes. Private notes just appear to you, and if you're in multiplayer, they don't appear to the other folks. And then you put recipes down here, which we're going to do here, because I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to put the recipes down there right away
For the space elevator.
for the space elevator. Now, to edit the to-do list.
Let's be less helpful and more speedrunning.
Aww.
Yeah, less helpful.
Okay. You know me and my teaching, so I'm sorry.
Yeah. Doc is still a professor.
I am still a professor. Always a professor. As you could tell, I was just beginning to profess more stuff.
Give it some more space, because we need... Yeah, there.
We weren't gonna.
There. Oh, yeah, I guess you aren't, but whatever.
We weren't gonna add to this one.
No. Oh, well. Let's just get in the habit.
Get the habit
98
started.
asks, will there be a new save then for 1.1?
Will we start new for 1.1? Put it this way: the speedruns are gonna be new for 1.1. Yes. We're going to start the speedruns at the 1.1 version after June 10th.
And Doc Solo, which you're only an episode or two into, will also become 1.1.
Yes, Doc Solo will become 1.1.
Okay, so it looks like the next thing to do is build the hub and the biomass burners. And don't get too far away from that because you have to go power up that concrete.
Yes. What?
There we go.
So you want me to put down the biomass burners right away?
Yeah, totally up to you. All those things have to be done before before we can unlock 1.2. So
Well, and they have to be done before I can actually. Okay, now the configuration here. We're going to point this one this way, and then this one we're going to build. Build the smelter off to the side here, and a creature's in the way. Get out of my way!
it needs it does still need space, so you can put the splitters in.
Yep, it does. So let's do it there. And since we can only put one in, we're just going to put one in for the.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, pretty good to start this Monday morning. We have 22 people on YouTube, but another 14 over on Twitch. So we got a good little crew here.
Yep, quite the crew starting off.
Doc was the kind of guy. See, for those who don't know, I'm Doc's son, and I grew up in the Seattle area with Doc working for Boeing, and one of the big deals was Doc was always there at the crack of dawn or before to work, coming to get up like 4 a.m.
And I still get up at 6.
Yeah, he's retired now, so he sleeps until 6.
Yeah, that works, doesn't it?
Oh man, see, I'm so glad we're not on the West Coast anymore, where you had to be up that early because the market's open that early, right?
Exactly.
Oh man.
I mean, all my East Coast people that I supported were already up for 3 hours by the time I got to work at 5.
Yeah. Well, what's weird is watching, all TV shows and stuff that are set in New York, and the idea of being at work until after dark is a pretty common theme in a lot of these videos, right? So the idea of, especially like in winter and whatnot, them not getting home till 8 p.m. or so, they have the opposite problem. Whereas on the West Coast, you're off work at 5 at the latest. Oh, we're already out of water.
All right. Well, we'll get one of them working now.
Okay.
If we do have enough cable to get the power strung, so
Okay.
I'm just going to throw that in there for now.
Let's do
and start stringing power lines. First thing we'll do is we'll put down a pole right in the middle there.
Pi asks, is the screen tearing visible for anyone else or is it my stream? I would appreciate doing that because I think we tried to fix that another time. But if it's still an issue, I'd love to hear it so we can try to fix it. And we're now out of wire for any more power lines. So it looks like we are gonna have to drop a mini miner.
On the copper so we can get.
Yeah. It looks like they are not powering up.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, this
I haven't told
Falcon
this one what to do yet.
There we go. Okay, and 98 ACK is seeing it. I think VSync is enabled. I think that's what we did, unless the setting changed. I'm watching an OBS for any screen tearing. I have a feeling that it keeps setting anything. Where are you heading, Doc?
I'm figuring out what to do.
Okay. I think you'd have to go manually mine some copper, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think so.
Vale says there is a little bit. Okay. Well, we'll check those settings again when Doc's done with his speedrun. And Kobe Johnson is here on YouTube, says, "Howdy, Doc.
Hi.
Just wanted to say, love your tutorials. They're super helpful, and have improved my factories a ton."
Fantastic. I just got a notification in. I'm getting deeps in from Discord. What?
Thank you, Kevin. Our Twitch category was on Minecraft again. Unfortunately, the restream's method of handling that is not fun. They have one spot where you set the title and the thumbnail for the video, but then you have to go to a different location entirely to fix the category. So I miss that sometimes. I appreciate it.
Yes, and that'll help increase the number of folks that come, because we usually get a few more people here for Satisfactory than we do get for Minecraft. So
Yeah. We are for Pi asked what encoding we're using. The video is being encoded by H.264 NVIDIA NVENC, but I'm not seeing any settings in here that would handle some sort of screen tearing or whatever. Okay, Doc, you ready for a semi-technical question?
that's only a semi one, huh?
Limitless Void, what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to change hands. I can't. My scroll wheel isn't
You
working.
can't change hands to nothing in your hands. So this is the only thing will be in your hands if it's. So you have to take it out of your hands, put it in your bags. There you go.
I
Or
can't.
empty your hands, pull that out as
I
well.
can't change to an empty hand.
You have to take that out of your inventory, out of your hands as well. There you go. So Limitless Void asks, "Hey Doc, I was wondering how should I decorate my gigabase, or how did you decorate yours?"
I told Garrett to decorate it.
Yeah, that worked, right?
Right.
So step 1, acquire a minion.
Oh. I do play around with colors a little bit. And
Yeah.
besides the colors, I like to use a variety of windows. Unlock the, you get some coupons, unlock things in the store. You get different textures and different types of items that you can acquire. and then it gives you more ideas to decorate. So, anybody else that wants to chime in in the in the chat room and help out Limitless, that would be nice.
Now, Megalith said decorate with lights, signs, or spam more machines and conveyors and pipes.
Yep.
Oh, Limitless already has a minion. Good. Good. That's the hard part.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
And 98 asks, any tips for creating blueprints, or should I just use other people's blueprints?
Well, you definitely want to learn how to create your own. See my short on stores. You'll see that I blueprinted several full manufacturing areas on the blueprinter. Now, the smaller blueprinters are a little bit more difficult to do that with. Later on, you get the bigger ones, and that helps. But in general, just learn how to blueprint, and then learn how to use each blueprinted piece. It's a matter of learning how to be creative.
Which is difficult.
Yes.
I think you should always start with copying, then adjusting to your own needs. And Megalith a little while ago said he noticed something interesting. Twitch's API is not live updating in some endpoints. Interesting. I wonder if that's just... Is that an unquantifiable delay, or is that data specific?
The last speed run that I did, I placed a biomass burner over by the concrete, and then a biomass burner over by the iron, and then a biomass burner over by the copper. This time we're choosing to cluster the biomass burners, and the problem that creates is needing more wire and cable. And so you need more wire and cable early on, instead of waiting till later to make that iron and cable. So I'm wondering, which is going to end up being the better choice.
Trumpkin777 said, at Fix-It, delegation is the mother of invention.
That's good. That is good.
We Get Signal on YouTube says, love to see you play, Doc. This game is my zen.
Yes, I love this. I love this game, yes.
Okay, you think that's enough, or you want to keep going?
That should be enough to get me powered up.
Okay, let's do it.
See, the advantage of not clustering them is that once I add a new biomass burner, it just flushes new power into the whole system. And with them all connected together, it's just a single drop-off point for all the wood and leaves and so forth that I acquire. But in the earlier part of the game, it's going to show me probably a little bit behind. Probably going to show me a little bit behind when it comes to
For 1.2.
accomplishing each one of the milestones. So we'll have to see how much it affects things.
Okay, I think you accidentally hit E, which means you stopped making cable. You're now just making... Yep.
Yes, I did accidentally hit E. I didn't realize the effect of it.
Okay, well, you're close enough. You can just do it now. You don't have to get right up next to it. Cool. Nicholas says his favorite artist finally is depression-free, so he's recording a big album. Well, I don't know if any artist is ever depression free. It's kind of part of the territory. And tell that to make concrete, right?
Yep.
He already released a couple of songs and they're crazy. Good.
All right, we want to make concrete here, folks. And I want to put the concrete in a storage
And Vale
container.
asks, is this Doc's favorite game?
It is, by far, by a long shot.
Yeah, it is. Doc is
But
has been hooked.
there is another game that is coming out that is very similar, that I'm going to put on my wish list because it's coming out later this year.
It's going on early release later this year, so we'll see how finished it is by then.
Yep.
Star Rupture, Megalith.
Star Rupture, yes. I'm very intrigued by how similar it is in the respect, and then see how another set of artists, programmers, decided to implement the similar sort of building architecture.
Yeah, it
Okay.
looks like that iron is backed up, those ingots.
Yep. In other words, I got a ton of ingots in here. So good. And those ingots were going to be put into rods. And so production and constructor, and now we were going to put this far enough away that we were going to end up adding two.
No, smelters and constructors are 1 for 1.
Okay. Then we can just...
Megalith says, I really want Doc to play Cities Skylines 2 and rage quit because of the traffic AI.
And rage because of the traffic AI? Okay, we're making rods here.
My big story from Cities Skylines, because I played the first one, I haven't played the second one yet, is it came down to whenever somebody dies, a morgue sends out a hearse to collect the body. Well, for some reason, the amount of time and effort it takes them to send out a hearse, collect the body, and take it back to the morgue, their timescales are off enough that the streets are always filled with hearses. All the time. Even in a healthy, good city, there are so many hearses everywhere that there's like a morgue on every street corner practically just to handle even a mid-sized city. And it was hilarious. Like,
Really? Can't you find another way to deal with the dead people?
just install an incinerator in every skyscraper.
You gotta be kidding me. Okay, so I pick up this log. I can't pick up the log.
That log is way too heavy for you, Doc.
Ah, God. That would've been
Okay,
nice
you gotta
if
go
some-
get your other iron hooked up to the power grid. now.
Yes, sir. Just
On duty! Come on! No time to relax!
Ada, be quiet. You Ada minion, you.
Yeah, Doc, I can show you some screenshots for the pain that Megalith was having yesterday. It's one of those, you have 2 roads to get from A to B, and all of the AI wants to use the same road. Even though the second road is completely empty, the first road is completely backed up.
Wow. Oh, these Mark I power poles are the bane of existence.
And Alex Kate has asked, is this the world record?
No,
No.
I'm not nearly good enough to actually make the record. The record was set in a... I don't think the record will ever be broken by... That I heard about anyway. Okay, we're going to extend this power pole over to here to get copper moving.
So in city skylines, it takes students 13 months to graduate elementary school, 3 months to graduate from high school, and 1 month to graduate from college.
Oh. Realistic much? All right. So here we are building a smelter here. Here, okay, it's nice and in line there. Let's just do that.
And the time lengths change. Okay, sure. So they're not even consistent. The games are weird. The idea of trying to simulate people walking around and cars moving on a city builder sim, just the two time scales don't match at all. $98S, do you play with any mods, Doc?
Sky UI, and I just make it daytime all the time. And we need more power. We just lost the power grid, Robert.
Oh boy.
And we either lost the power grid because it ran out of fuel, or we lost the power
Did you ever
grid
build your second biomass burner?
because I haven't built the second biomass burner.
Aha.
One of the two.
And then I think you're about time to hit 1.2.
You think so?
Yep. You haven't made the... Yeah, you're about there.
See,
Okay,
this-
Vale has to go for now.
Yes, it has wood. It just was not enough. Go ahead.
Okay. Vale is heading out for now. Says
Okay.
good luck with the stream.
Thank you, and thanks for joining for the time that you were here. Appreciate that. See, if I was building on a grid, I'd be able to. Come on, tell me when you're lined up. You're not going to tell me when I'm lined up, even that way. There it is.
Sure.
It's just going to have to be close.
Yeah, just make it close. So 98, yeah, we did have a camera mod that we used for a while, but that's going to be gone in 1.1, and that was just so I could do fun extra shots with for our videos. And Zoomerwin is here. Says hello, Doc and Robert. Doc's in full concentration mode. Right?
Yep, Doc is in full concentration mode, yes. Okay, that should power everything up. That should power everything up. Guys. Okay, fine. I'll flip the switch. Good.
Oh, okay, good. We're good now.
Okay, so where did I put the hub? Or have I not put the hub yet? I've not put the hub yet, have I?
No, sir.
So I'm going to put the hub out here on the cliff.
And Jake says, hi, Doc and Robert. How you doing today?
Pretty good. Pretty
Yeah.
good. We're
Good.
just having all kinds of... We're just having all kinds of hub fun. I'm having all kinds of hub. How about that? Surface is too uneven. Doggone it. Too uneven, too uneven. You like it going that way, but I don't like it going. Doggone it. Okay. That's a good enough place, I think. Yeah, that'll be far enough away.
So Megalith says the reason why City Skylines is so demanding is that every NPC runs the background process. Even if they aren't visually rendered, they still exist. Which is pretty awesome.
Okay. The freighter is back. And I'm going to put what I have in there. And I need more wire. I need more rods. So here's the rods.
Jake's the next asks when the next showcase stream is. Well, they're done the first week of the month, which means the next showcase stream would either be today or tomorrow.
And at that point, then it depends on how quickly Robert can get one put together.
So I tell you what, guys, let's go ahead and do it today. And I'm not going to run it until after the speed run is over. So if you guys want to
Okay. That is the one mod that I use, the Sky UI mod.
yeah. So if you guys would like to post any pictures in the Discord, sorry to try to complete my thought, I got distracted there. If you guys would like to post any pictures in the showcase, that may include Satisfactory, Minecraft, and IRL. I'll run that bot here in about an hour and a half, and then we'll have that compiled for the end of the stream. That is, by the way, another one of the things that Megalith built for us, that tool, and it's pretty darn cool.
Attention, Fixit has granted you a single Butterfinger consumption event. Please savor it responsibly. Additional units remain classified and inaccessible. Enjoy the illusion of freedom. It pairs well with chocolate.
Okay. That is, whoever worded that one just did a great job. There's the Butterfinger.
And Mantrid just resubscribed to the Prime.
Oh, fantastic.
5-month streak.
5 months long. That's great. I think we've had two membership/subscriptions so far today. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Yeah, we really appreciate those.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't. That's illegal, Doc.
What's illegal? Putting a conveyor in here is illegal?
Output to... Oh, you had enough plates.
I didn't have enough plates, yeah. And
Okay,
this was going to
Alexa
be my plate
says,
production.
Doc, I hate to correct you, but you want 3 biomass burners, not 2. Trust me, otherwise the power outage walk of shame is truly yours.
Yes, it will definitely be truly mine.
Well, we're going to be adding 2 more here shortly. That's just to finish tier 1.2, which...
Yeah, we're gonna add to those very quickly here. Okay, time for a Butterfinger. That text-to-speech cool though.
Yeah.
Special thanks to Megalith, who's going ahead and programming that kind of stuff for the channel. He was able to mostly duplicate Ada's voice, which is really neat.
Yeah. And the text-to-speech bot was also had some good assistance from Giuseppe building that model for us. Okay, so Spazzy asks, hey Doc, do you have any suggestions for how to better create architecture on my factory so it's not just a square? I see everyone else creates these awesome factories and I just can't get it.
As soon as I empty my mouth. I'm very good at building boxes. I'm not very good at making pretty boxes. So these were going to be plates. The other one was rods, right? So you're really almost to the point of not asking the right person. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'll build a box, I'll put some windows in it, and I'll put my factory in there. So I really don't build pretty. Garrett comes along and all of a sudden makes things pretty, and I said, "Now that's cool." You know, that's really cool. I like being here when he, builds it pretty. Okay, so I'm missing wire. Okay, fine. I'll go get wire. So, any suggestions for building pretty? We need to get Garrett on the line so he can answer some of those pretty questions.
Kevin says, from a design perspective, Doc and I are the same. I build a box, put a factory in it, and boom, done.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
And Manane Jeffu just subscribed with Prime.
Fantastic. That makes number 3 for today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ekin over on YouTube says, yesterday I built my first dimensional depot ever. I built quite a bit of blueprints, went back and forth to get more materials. Get the dimensional depot built as fast as you can.
Yes. It really makes a lot of progress very quick. The only thing frustrating at first is try to get, not get too concerned. The pace that the dimensional depot loads at beginning is very, very slow.
Yeah.
It's something like only 15 per minute or something like that. It's really slow. So, you have to just remember that it'll get there, but it just takes its sweet old time,
Yep.
And we want to make some wire here. And then we want to get some power to it with our wimpy little Mark I power poles.
So Zoomerwin says, is this the workflow? Doc builds machines, Robert and Garrett wave magic wands, and poof, it's pretty.
Kind of.
Garrett's the only one with a magic wand.
Yes.
Doc
there
builds
you go.
machines, I build the infrastructure, and then Garrett makes it pretty.
That's basically been the way it's functioned so far.
Okay, well, Doc, we're definitely running behind on Tier 1.2. Trying to do all this before we do any upgrades.
Yes, we're definitely behind.
So, I think the amount of stuff we tried to cram in before 1.2 was a bit much. We're having to handcraft a lot. That's no fun. So, I think we overcooked just a little bit on that.
Maybe, because I'm in order to avoid manually crafting later on, we're manually crafting a lot earlier.
Yeah.
So I'm beginning to think there's just no way to avoid a lot of the manual crafting. That one's already full.
And you just popped a fuse.
Yep, I did pop a fuse.
Alexa, don't say anything.
I told you so.
Jake asked what big changes are going to be in 1.1.
Oh, huge. I didn't make a 1.1 changes video because, I think, who was it that beat me to the punch and did such a good job? I didn't want to try to just duplicate him.
Yeah, so I'll kind of run through the ones. We have all of our sorters now have a vertical variety. Okay, so you can now split going up and down, merge going up and down. We now have priority mergers. We can set priorities for them. We now have blueprints can now auto connect conveyors from one conveyors and pipes from one blueprint to another. We now have elevators. Elevators, just you build them vertical and put in floors wherever you want. Hypertubes now have branches and mergers, which allow you to, do three-way splits and stuff inside of it. Anything else? Conveyor wall hole. There you go, Kevin. Yeah, so just like pipes, you just put a hole wherever you want. You could now just put a hole wherever you want for a conveyor as well. So, and then there's a lot of cosmetics as well that I'm excited about.
Yeah, me too. A lot of cosmetics. Did you mention the hypertube?
Yeah, I did mention the hypertube. Yeah, a lot of new stuff coming, Jake. It's gonna be great.
A lot. I think they were a little overly aggressive in the amount that they promised at first when they put out that teaser video, because it took them quite a bit of time to get it all debugged, and they probably, the features they added were neat, were really, really cool. And that one is not powered up even.
And Zoomer, we did skip onboarding for this. Trying to do onboarding with speedrunning is just painful.
My rods constructor was not powered up, so it wasn't making rods.
Ekin says, the bottleneck for me in the Dimensional Depot now is the concrete. I have two depots uploading just concrete.
Yep.
Funny story, when Garrett and I were building the Gigafactory, because we were putting out huge blueprints of just concrete, just building floor after floor after floor, there for a while we had a grid of 9 uploaders fully maxed out, all being loaded up with concrete. That was multiple pure nodes, all being made into concrete, all being uploaded all at once, and we were still waiting around.
Milestone reached. Conveyor belts
What do
can
we
now
got?
merge, split, and lift to save space and enhance the productivity of your factory. Fix it encourage.
45 what?
44 minutes and 57 seconds.
Okay, so we're about 9 minutes behind schedule.
It's fine. We're going to catch up really fast.
Yes, we are.
Okay, base building. Select that milestone. And go collect stuff. Go collect some plates. What?
Alexa, I don't understand your comment. You said you have a game idea. I guess I'm not sure what you mean by the one you have. And Zoomerwin found a video from I'm Kibitz about everything new.
Yes. That was I Am Kibitz. That's right.
Yeah.
He did such a great job, and he did it so quickly. He did it before I realized that there was a 1.1 announcement. It was that fast.
So, yep, he's great. He makes some good content.
And he's a subscriber to our channel as well, as I am
Yeah.
a subscriber to his. So we kind of go back and forth.
Okay, can we update the to-do list?
Okay. We've done those. We finally did that. We finally did that. And we need to add to it here. See how much it'll add. Okie dokie. Okay. So the to-do list is updated. And the next thing was to build a biomass constructor. So we now have the splitters, right?
Zoomerwin says, I'm Kibitz watched the announcement video on his Twitch live stream right after, posted it on the day right after on the Saturday when he streams Fridays. Very quick turnaround indeed. Now, we did a few of those in the run up to the game release. Unfortunately, we were just behind the 8-ball when it came to 1.1, and we were happy with what he made. Holding control.
Okay, didn't help in that way. Respect, had it too close.
Ekin says, I play by myself. I really see how 3 players put down blueprints can test the speed of what the depot can handle. Yes. Yes, it does. It needs fuel. Okay, so Alexa says, what do you think of the idea of Garrett doing his own factory on Doc's old location and use those materials to make Doc's speedrun factory look good? It would be interesting to see the spaghetti that's laid out and try to make it look good. That could be fun.
Biomass burner, I'm missing wire. Let's try and get some wire. No power? Is my power grid down already? Didn't I turn it back on?
Oh boy. I think I have to start using some leaves.
Well, both of them have Both of them have had fuel.
Is that a merger or a... Oh, never mind.
You answered your own question.
The game answered it for me. Right as I was about to ask. Very cool.
I don't. I definitely want to, far enough back, I can put 2 more biomass burners in there. But I don't know how well it's lined up, but it will just have to be what it is.
Yup.
Wow. Hanging on a little too tight there, Robert.
Yep.
Okay, what am I missing? Plate.
Alexa says posture check and hydrate.
Hey, Robert, could you go around to the round table and get my drink off the round table?
Sure.
Or drinks, plural. Either one.
As in over here?
Yeah, the round table has 2 drinks on it. For some reason. I don't know why they're there.
Well, here you go, sir. You now have all 3 flavors of water at your disposal.
Very good.
And Alexa says concerning the biomass burners shutting down, she says, "I told you, just like Viscount Perry said in 1909, you need 3. Only in that case, it's about ships, not biomass burners."
Yeah.
Doc, are you about to pilot Titanic into an iceberg?
Just about.
Just about.
I am just about there.
Zimmerwin, I think you're absolutely correct with your assumption. He says, "I would love to see Doc play Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I don't know why, but it seems fun."
Well, I stopped getting the flight simulator when they stopped putting in the Concorde. And part
It's
of
been 20 years!
I know, that's been a long time, hasn't it?
Same complaint
For 20 years.
for 20 years.
They
Been on
haven't
strike
fixed
for 20 years.
They haven't fixed it yet, have they?
I don't know. Maybe they have.
All right. Now, I need a constructor.
Zimmerman says they have the Concorde in Flight Simulator 2024.
They do? Okay. Obviously, I haven't checked for a good long while.
There was a time when it was not available because that was a big deal.
Yeah, that was a big deal. After they sunset the Concorde, they took it out of Flight Simulator for at least a few versions later.
Yeah, Flight Sim 2000 was the last one we really played, and it was there. But in 2006, Flight Simulator X, that's the one that they took it out of. Well,
don't
at least
think I've
according
got
to
the
this
right-
article, it's only available in the current one as a third-party add-on. Yeah, okay. As in the add-on shop. Okay. So third-party support allows you to have it. Okay. See what we need to do, guys, is we need to, get Doc into more games and stuff, while at the same time making sure he doesn't go completely off the deep end and start building his own cockpit console and, you know, separate building and room for all of these specialty games. Doc could definitely do that. He could go crazy with that.
Yes, he could go crazy now, but probably wouldn't.
Okay. Now they just need some power.
It's my wimpy power pole again. How long can I keep complaining about the power poles?
Until the end of time.
How long until I get Mark II power poles at least?
I don't think
Not
it'll be
soon
unlocked
enough,
soon.
right? All right.
98 has an interesting question. He says, "Where did Doc come from?"
Where did I? My mother's womb. At what point do you want me to start?
Yeah, like
I don't mean to make fun of you, but are you talking about what area of the country? What kind of occupation I had? Yeah, be more specific. Be glad to answer those questions. Besides the snarky answer.
I think it's time for 1.1 Doc.
All right, let me go get some. I don't need cable. I just
You
need.
need concrete this time.
Yep, I need concrete this time.
Oh, where did the name Doc come from?
Well, the name Doc came from me just being maybe a little bit too proud, but the fact that I did get my PhD, and I might as well let other people know it, you know?
What are we doing, Doc?
We're laying down a storage container that I can't even lay down because I don't have enough product.
Gotcha.
Okay. Can't even do a storage container. Yeah, all right. All right. Okay. Have plate. Have plate will travel. Okay, biomass wood, biomass leaves. I made that. It's time to add smelters as soon as we unlock the next. We could unlock the next unlock, or we could just. Yeah, we got plenty of rod. Let's go get the concrete. And we can unlock 1.1. And you can tell me how far behind I am.
So Dendu asked, "What happened? Why are you after the time?"
Well, we front loaded a few things that we needed for later in the experience. And with those things front loaded, it's delayed us a bit.
Mhm.
We're hoping to make up time much later on, especially building the things needed for the phase 1 upgrade and the the phase 1 upgrade and the the space elevator.
Yep.
Milestone reached.
Okay, give me a
Several
timestamp.
new structures are now available for improving factory organization. Foundations provide a building grid, which makes it
1 hour,
easier to
2
manage
minutes, and
placement
15
of any structure.
seconds.
In the event that you are experiencing amnesia for all events prior to
Oh, boy.
planetfall, be reassured that memories of beloved humans and/or animals
Okay,
would have
select
only been
it.
distractions from your important mission.
And you have a minute and a half that you can go and grab supplies.
Yeah, I need screws and I need plates.
Oh, you're making screws yet?
Believe not.
Yeah,
No.
Alexa suggested, how about we try a 3-player speedrun?
Now, that would be interesting.
That would be an interesting idea.
It would be.
We could have one of us just running crash sites. We could have one person building infrastructure and one person upgrading as fast as possible. Something like that.
Okay, so we needed to add one more smelter to the iron line, one more smelter to both lines, and then one to make screws, one to make cable. I didn't put what this one was going to make. It was going to be the alternate of what.
Yeah, the alternate of whatever's already there, yeah.
Okay, and then we got to turn one into screws. So that was to be the main focus there. Let me go get some plate because I'm probably going to need plate for that.
And Garrett can make it pretty, yeah.
Okay, the freighter is re-entering. So okay, so station and bingo.
And the great artist is here, waving hello. And he just resubscribed.
So does that make it 4 for today?
Yes, he says congrats on your Twitch growth.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, Twitch is growing pretty good.
Yeah.
So right now we have 19 viewers and 976 followers on Twitch. So
That's
if you're
pretty good.
not already following, please consider following on Twitch so that we can grow that.
Yeah. And, mark your calendars. Next Tuesday, we will be playing all day long with 1.1, exploring all the new features, having some fun, upgrading the Gigafactory for the first time in a while. Samuel, last name's here, says, stayed up till 4 a.m. fixing somebody's steel factory on my server. Oh, no. How's the speed run?
So far it's going pretty good. Am I too close to that to get a conveyor in there? Hope not.
And 98 came over to Twitch and subscribed to this Prime as well. Thank you so much.
So that's how many today? 5?
That's 5 today.
Fantastic.
Really appreciate that. The world record for completing Satisfactory is just under 10 hours. And the video for that has been linked in our Discord sometime this last week. And holy cow, the things that guy does are pretty insane. They're the kind of stuff that take a lot of manual dexterity, as well as an incredible level of planning that we're working on at this point. I don't think you'd get that without foundation underneath it, unfortunately.
Yeah. I've got another trick up my sleeve.
Okie doke. I see.
I'm gonna raise it up with putting this on it. And
I'll look
lining
for
it.
it, Alexa.
Bingo. Did it.
Nice. And Samuel got the correct answer for Riet, who asked, why are the hogs on aggro? Because we are on peaceful mode.
Well, that's too weird. I don't like that. Okay. Iron ingots there. And production here, we're going to put a, well, that's already a smelter. We're going to put a constructor somewhere in here, wherever it'll allow me to put it. There.
Okay, Alexa,
Yeah,
I just
constructor right
pinged you on
afterwards.
Discord with the video.
And I've got them going the wrong direction, both of them.
Samuel last name says 4 stories from his 12-player server. A small group of pilgrims separated to the desert biome to form their own colony and split from the group. T taxes to follow.
What tax? What to
T
follow?
taxes to follow.
Tea taxes. and a new Boston Tea Party.
Yep. All that over a 2% tax.
I wonder how big the protest would have been if they knew how much tax we laid on it today.
Oh man. Oh man.
Okay.
Trumpkin says that's hard in the desert. Where will they throw the tea?
Absolutely. That's.
And Samuel last name says, I want 2% of their encased industrial beams.
All right, we have screws going into a container. Time for a second smelter over here now. Okay, so we added the smelter and we created screws. This guy creates plates, so we're gonna create a rod line over here.
Okay, are we nearing finishing tier 1.3?
Nearing.
And that one needs power still.
Yep, it needs power. It needs ingots.
Okay.
Okay. It knows what to do, and that knows what to do. So, to-do list, we've done both of those. I could go unlock 1.1. Probably not yet. I need. How much do I have? First, I've got 240. Need to go get more wire anyway. This is where I couldn't build the container that I wanted to build. And there too. I probably can't even get it around here. I'm missing plate. Is that a big tree? That is a very big tree.
You don't take even more. You already have.
Okay, got enough.
Take those rods as well and turn them into screws, or okay,
All right.
cool.
We'll unlock the next one.
That should be it. Yeah, we're seeing some pretty heavy screen tearing there. I think a setting got reverted.
Milestone reached. Supply the molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAB,
11640.
with local resources to research and develop new technologies. Potential
Okay.
technologies include exploration tools, weapons, and factory buildings. These are essential for maximizing your Pioneer efficiency and alignment with Fixit's core pillars: construct, automate, explore, and
And how
exploit.
much do we have already?
To advance Fixit's mission,
We have everything
all
except for
notable
the plates.
phenomena, resources, technology, or
Oh, we
other
don't have the
influence should be
reinforced iron
investigated
plates?
regardless
We
of
do.
any
Oh, we got
perceived
enough
danger,
reinforced.
Yeah,
as
so we
stated
just
in the
need to
Pioneer
get
contract.
Just more regular
150,
plate.
180 more plates. So if we get 180.
So let's just go build the, gosh, I needed plate to build the containers.
Can we just manually make some plates?
Sure could, I think. This is that's iron ore, yes. Okay. We can build a few, not a whole bunch, but
Okay. Okay, Zimmerwin has a question. He says, not related at all to Satisfactory, but what exams do school children in the U.S. Do? As high school in the UK, they do the GCSEs, the General Certificate of Secondary Education, and colleges have A levels, and they have finished the year now. So what do we do in the U.S.?
they basically they just have a they have an SAT exam. I can't remember, something Scholastic Aptitude Test or something like that. SAT. There's also a variation on the SAT test that a lot of the colleges say you have to have the SAT, and that's a qualifier for getting into their particular colleges. For colleges, just local community colleges, there are really no requirements to get in. You just get the grade that you get. You take the classes that you take, and you just do your best. It's not a huge requirement. In other words, there's really no requirement at the high school level to pass high school. There probably should be, but we pass a lot of kids out of high school. One of the main complaints is we pass a lot of kids out of high school that shouldn't really have graduated.
Yeah. Well,
So,
oh,
go ahead.
sorry.
And so, what they try to do at the college level is with the SAT, they try to filter them out and push them into the junior colleges or the local public colleges, to get the remedial help that they need in order to get up to the level of a university. University has those 4-year courses where the local colleges have the first 2 years of college, and they're prepared also at the 2-year colleges to get them up to the math level, get them up to the reading level that they need to be in order to handle like 3rd and 4th year of a university. So the check and balance more is based at the college level rather than at the high school level. It's basically the way it comes down. So how much do we need in the way of plate still? 129. We only need 81 plate. And we don't have enough ingot yet to make plate, so I might have to run. Yeah, no, we're not going to quite have enough plate.
Well, the constructor's been making some plates
Exactly.
for you, so.
So I'm going to have to run back and get it, is basically all I'm saying.
Andrestea says in the U.S. you can get an education if you can afford it, or get good at something the university wants you to promote for them. Yep. Luckily, community colleges are usually fairly inexpensive, and there's a number of grants that help out with that.
Yep.
You won't not be able to get in. It's
Yep.
just the question of whether, can you get the job placement to pay it back afterwards. So. And Capture says at community colleges, there's typically placement tests to determine whether or not you need remedial classes. Some community colleges will also offer 4-year programs these days.
Yep.
Yep. You don't have enough rods.
And I still don't have enough plate. That's interesting.
That'll be enough rod.
Yep. And I need 47 more plate.
Zoomerwind, yes, we do pay for college. 98 says, here in Idaho, I was automatically accepted to all the universities based on my SAT scores. Was
Yep.
invited, and all I had to do was say I wanted to attend their university versus the others.
I want to see if I can just pick up some ingot rather than having to handcraft some ingot, but no. The system is balanced here.
I think what happened is you split off the ingots, not the ore, and it's producing 30 ingots per minute, and both those want to consume 30 per minute.
Oh, I didn't put a second.
Yeah, so you can grab 100 ore from there, but you have to smelt it yourself.
Yep.
So, okay.
And then I need to come back and put a smelter on there instead of just a constructor.
Yep. And the rightmost column, Ekin, that is his previous best. So we're trying some things that are fairly radically different from our last run.
Yeah.
So they haven't really worked out, it seems. But we'll talk about that
Yeah, I'm
afterwards.
25 minutes behind
Yeah.
for tier 5.
So we'll talk about it afterwards, see what we want to do to improve. It feels like we just front-loaded things a little bit too much.
Idaho. I finished my first 2 years of college there in Idaho, in Rexburg.
Mm.
I only need 37 iron plate to add to the 10 I already have. So I'm going to... And got the rods. Okay. Should be able to turn right around here and
Krusty Otaku is here. He says, we pay for college, but we have different tiers of college. Community college is the most affordable,
Milestone reached.
but most
Fix
only
It will
offer up
help
to an
remind
associate's
you of
degree,
your
which is a
contractual
2-year degree.
obligation towards efficiency.
all right, I'm at an hour,
Recreational use
25
of
minutes
belts
and
and
9
lights does
seconds.
not count towards work
Okay.
hours and will put you on the list. Stay efficient. Don't disappoint. Fix It.
Okay, I unlocked 1.1, right? That's what I just did, right?
That should have been 2.5.
So I've unlocked 1.1 and 1.3.
Yeah. Yeah, you're all the way down to 2.5.
Okay, so I just unlocked 2.5. I've already done 1.3. I've already added the next 2 biomass burners.
Uh-huh.
Unlocked 1.1.
And you manually created a whole bunch of stuff.
Yep. And so I'm going to go down iron smelter. I'm trying to figure out where. There's where the rest of the list is. All right, let's see how much.
Krusty says this last weekend was an absolute scorcher. We had over 100-degree temperature 2 days in a row. Oof.
Okay.
We're going to be
so-
hitting 84 today, and that's going to be uncomfortable for us. But, as the Midwesterners like to complain, this is very humid heat. It's not the dry heat like the desert. So it's worse.
Yep, I'd much rather have 84 degrees in Arizona than 84 degrees here, that's for sure.
Yep. I'd rather have 100 degrees in Arizona than like 90 degrees here.
Yep. I was really quite amazed. I really didn't understand the difference and went to Arizona to visit the Boeing helicopter plant there in Arizona, and I was just amazed that you got in the shade and you actually cooled off.
Yeah.
And I go, wait a minute, shade? You can cool off in the shade? I thought, wow, that's bizarre.
We were stuck on this before, Doc. Krusty says, when I was in Mississippi and Okinawa, the humidity was atrocious. I couldn't stand constantly always being wet when I go outside.
Yeah, exactly. That bugs me here too, because you go outside and you sweat like a pig, and just you want to come inside and just change all your clothes because everything's wet. Just and I hope I'm not being too gross, especially for the ladies online. But anyway, okay.
So I'll one up you. I was in the desert in California, and I had to go walking. Didn't have a vehicle. Had to walk. It was only about a couple miles. But after a couple of miles, and this was in the hottest days of the year, it was 114 degrees that day. I stopped by a Taco Bell. And this was back in the day before you could get the Mountain Dew Baja Blast anywhere but Taco Bell. So I stopped in there. I got their largest drink. I filled it, and I drank that entire thing. I drank 2 of them. The biggest drink, 2 of them. Mm-hmm. Over the course of about 20 minutes. And then I left and went back out. When you're outside, you're bone dry. And then you step inside, and you realize you've actually been sweating a lot this whole time. Because within, 2 minutes of being inside, you're then soaked. Because suddenly it's cool enough, and you don't have all that heat pulling it all off of you. And suddenly you're soaked, you go inside. And then you step back outside, and within a couple of minutes, you've steam dried. That was a very crazy couple of days.
Yeah, we used to do that in Florida. In Florida we'd have our fast days on Sunday once a month, and so before Fast Sunday came along, we would go ahead and put literally a gallon of Kool-Aid in the fridge for each of us.
Now, this was the old school Kool-Aid where you had to put a cup of sugar in and the flavoring, right?
I don't know. It was Kool-Aid.
Okay.
Whatever. And can't I get it to hit both of these? Come on.
Yeah, that's gotta be close
It
enough.
doesn't want to get right.
Yeah, just do it. Krusty says drinking 2 large Baja Blasts in 114 degree heat is crazy decision.
Anyway.
Yeah,
So,
well.
to finish my story, we would then get done with our church that day, and we'd come home, and literally each of us would drink the whole gallon of Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
And you're right, we'd be drenched a few minutes later, because of course, if it wasn't 90%, 90 degrees and feeling like 100% humidity outside, it wasn't Florida.
Right.
So.
And, that's just how fast you lose liquid. Your body is sloughing off liquid in that temperature. You can replace that much. So. Zoomer says it's 18C in northwest England, which is 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Pretty average for this time of year, cited though. Yeah, 68's a Nice, comfy, put on a sweater, or just a long sleeve, long pants, and just enjoy the weather. Nice, comfy weather. Sammy last name says, "All right, I'm off to do summer classes. Got to get the C's for the degrees. Have fun, Doc."
Okay. Gotta get the C's for the degrees. That's cool.
I grew up in the Pacific Northwest, just north of Seattle in Washington State, which has in many places very similar weather to Britain. And even now, when it's like a dreary, drippy day, I still love it because that for me, that's how things were when I was a kid.
That's just Seattle.
Yeah. When we first moved here to Missouri, we moved here at the beginning of the summer, and I just baked all summer long. First time going out in the heat with the high humidity, I felt like I couldn't breathe. Like it was literally a feeling of being choked.
Yeah, my first experience with Florida from coming from Seattle was also the same.
Yeah.
You went outside and it's like you're hitting this wall, and it just, what in the world is going on here? That kind of thing.
Yeah. Zoomerwin says, "Is Jamaica heat like Florida or California heat, or am I confused?" Jamaica heat is a lot like Florida. It's very, very hot and humid. California is very different. California is kind of split in two. You have the coastal areas, and then you have the inland deserts. Inland deserts very dry, basically Arizona, because Arizona is right next to California. But then you have the coast, and along the coast is year-round 72 degrees and nice. During the winter, in the cold of winter, you'll get down to 60 degrees, and during the heat of summer, you'll get up to like 80. And yeah, it's gorgeous weather year-round.
He is very biased. The only challenging part about living in California is the politics. While it's beautiful, the politics suck.
It's very weird.
I hope nobody here is gonna get offended from California.
I I lived in Southern California for a couple of years, and there for a while I actually rented a room from a really old gentleman and his wife. In fact, his wife passed away while I was living there, and super nice, very unassuming guy. Very humble type. The house was fairly old, but well built, like a lot of the older houses there. When I say old, I'm sorry, old by American standards. It was like a 1950s Rambler type house. But come to find out sometime later, he owned the entire strip of commercial buildings down in town, and every one of those buildings was 8 figures. This guy was plenty well off, was super well to do, but just totally normal guy. People like that are just everywhere in California. And Trump, getting back on the weather thing, he says he's in Buffalo, New York, where it's gloomy 75% of the time.
Where it's what?
Gloomy.
Really?
The big difference is, though, there in New York, you guys get winter. You guys get a real winter. In Britain and in Washington State, there's no winters. Winters don't exist. Andresea says, "My house is from the 1960s and considered a modern day build." Yeah, context matters here. In Southern California, where there's a ton of money, people are constantly rebuilding and building super expensive, super modern, super nice buildings. This was a house that was built by him when he was young, or him or his family when he was very young, and he has kept it his entire life. And so it has that older feeling to it, as opposed to all the rest of the buildings around it, which were all hyper modern $1 million houses. Now, his house was also $1 million house. So that was just because of the land.
It's not going to work.
Trumpkin says we actually get more rain per year than Seattle. Not
Yep.
surprised.
And frankly, where we live right here gets more rain than Seattle.
Yep.
Problem is, it just never stops in Seattle, but it's this drippy, drizzly, dreary London fog sort of rain constantly.
Yeah, if you're in the Seattle area, you have the Cascade Mountains just to the east of you, and basically what ends up happening is any clouds they get washed in from the ocean, just hang out there and just stay there for days. And it's not a big downpour. It's not like the Midwest where we are now, where huge storms just come and just wreck everything and then move on. No, it just comes in and drizzles all day long.
That's why they say the rainy season lasts from July 1 of the first year to the June 30th of the next.
Yeah.
And if you're real quick on your feet, you realize that that means that it's all year long.
Elements says, chiming in from Boston, at least you have reliable weather. Winter is either mild or nothing, or an 8-foot blizzard, a panic that everybody buys toilet paper for.
Sounds like COVID.
Well, we're now in western Missouri, which means we have the crazy stuff as well. We don't have blizzards, luckily, but when we have a big storm is coming and they've been well predicted, we get those same runs. Andrestea says, in the Netherlands, you can have all the seasons in one day. Krusty says, I live in California and I love it here, but the wealth disparity is such a problem. Where there's one guy who owns all these mega buildings and commercial buildings, there's the complete opposite too. It was bad 10 years ago when I lived there. I lived in a little town, well, not a little town, a place called Escondido. And holy cow, it was, you go down in some neighborhoods and it's just, 10, 12 people per little 2-bedroom apartment, all stuffed in holes in the walls.
All right, I have done this,
Okay.
and I don't have the unlocks up there, doggone it. So, because I don't have the unlocks up there, I don't know what I need to collect. So let me go find out what I need to collect. I know I need at least 1,500 wire for the okay, so which one that we did logistics Mark II, then part assembly?
Yep. That's it.
Okay, so that we can get the assembler and start building smart plating and smart plating specifically on it.
Let's toss in what you got.
Okay. Okay, and I just got a cable line going, so that'll take a little while. Let's go check our screws and plates. Got plenty of rods. Let's go check screws and plates right now, and then we can go check the wire after that.
Sounds good. Precision Motorsports asks, where are you from, Doc?
My parents are from Wichita, Kansas, and Fargo, North Dakota. My dad got his first job out in Bremerton, Washington. So I grew up basically from first grade on. Grew up in the in and amongst the Cascades and Olympic Mountains of Washington. Um, I still light on plates. It's like I'm getting plenty of rods, but not enough plate.
You want to turn that one constructor right behind you?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You turn this one into a plate guy,
Okay.
at least for temporary. So I should see plates coming here pretty soon. I want to see plates come through.
So we had to ask a
There it
couple
comes.
times why Doc isn't crouch jumping.
Isn't crouched because I just don't. Honestly, it's because I just don't. It's nothing in particular. It's just not. I thought it was crazy whenever I watched Robert play a game and he's doing this stupid looking, crouching and jumping and crouching and jumping. And
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looked like a court jester running down the road,
Yep.
And I thought, that's just too strange. So I just never adopted it,
To add a bit to the Doc history, for those of you who aren't regulars at first, like the live stream we've caught, Doc just basically hasn't been able to really play video games much for a long time. He used to really be into computers and games for a long time, but because of his career, he kind of set it aside. Now that he's retired, this is the first game he's played since retirement. So, a lot of those skills that we have ingrained in ourselves, in our brains, that crouch jump, the slide jump, those kinds of things is just normal to speed you up. It's so totally new for Doc that it's just the muscle memory isn't there yet.
Yeah. I just don't see. I guess it does speed you up a little bit.
Yep, it does.
Okay, I think not quite here yet. I got the screws. I got some of the plates. We're gonna still need work on the plates, and a little bit more on the screws. So I think I've just got copper ore in here. I've got a little bit of iron ore. I can go ahead and manufacture some plates.
And Zoomer says someone should write a biography on Doc and his family. It's so interesting to learn about. Going in Seattle to YouTube and Twitch streamer with thousands of subscribers.
Yeah. Yep.
What's actually pretty neat is Mama Doc is a historian, and she has written and published 2 books on our own family history. So
Yeah.
they're both Doc and Mama Doc are spend time quite often researching our family history and putting together family trees and assembling biographies and all sorts of stuff. He's a big part of Mama Doc's education as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And frankly, we need to put some of those, Mom's written quite the history on me. And frankly, it goes up to a certain year and then, quits. Only 70 still. That's crazy.
Okay. Well, you need to put another smelter on there then and split it off properly because it's just not split off correctly.
Yep. So let's do that.
Okay.
Oh, get out of the way, you stupid birds. What are they called? Useless birds?
I think the flightless birds.
Or flightless birds? Is that what they are?
Yeah. Jonah Swafford says, I've traced one line of my family all the way back to Adam and Eve.
Yeah. If you hit royalty and you get lucky with some of those royal lines, yes, you can get all the way back.
You know, my at the community college, because we're talking about community colleges earlier, I had a history professor that strongly doubted any of that, and his logic is sound. But one thing that royalty did, especially in the Middle Ages, it was a big deal to be able to trace your lineage in order to give you the divine right to rule. And then, of course, the common people being able to trace themselves to royalty, of course, gave themselves their own, you know, uh, prestige. And so he strongly doubted that most of that was real, which I could see. I could see the argument. I know there's plenty of fraud there, but Andrestea, I have never seen that.
Have you ever Okay, that goes to that pole out there. Okay.
Andrestea says it's a creepy bird. Sometimes they stand in a circle of 7 or 8 of them, all looking up at the sky, like they're in a cult or something.
And here's 2 that are fighting. I've never seen them fight before.
Huh. Interesting. Okay.
Okay, so what am I doing here? Am I just running 1-to-1?
Yeah, we're removing that from the splitter and. So Krusty says something that really helped my girlfriend learn a bunch of different game mechanics is a game called It Takes Two. It's a great co-op game and it takes many different game genres to learn. I'll have to take a look at that.
Okay, we can update those as needed. Let's get some power to this here. All right, so start making some ingots there. Now this is still pumping out 120, and I think
we
need
can upgrade that line now.
Update this to 120.
Nice. Have you?
Have I? That would need to be upgraded eventually.
Nah. Yeah, eventually. Okay. Cool. I think you should manually craft to get that last update done.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? That's enough.
It is enough?
Yeah,
Good.
you need some cable though.
I do? How many
Yes,
cables?
you have it in your bags.
I have 52 and I need 22.
Okay.
Alrighty. Plate.
Milestone reached. The assembler can
Okay.
produce more complex parts, including the first
151.17.
Ooh. Okay, let's meet and set the new face.
And we are going to do obstacle clearing, right?
Yep. And that one's
Okay.
easy.
Got plenty of screws already. Cable, we just need 70 more, and I can go get the concrete. Probably be able to just run and get these things and just do the upgrade immediately.
Yeah, let's go do
By the
that.
time the thing gets back, the freight elevator gets back.
Yeah, Andrestea, I think you're correct. This speedrun's gonna be a little bit less speedy than the ones in the past.
Aww. Have we already given up on a record?
Oh yeah. Definitely. We are behind by 4 tiers. There are 4 milestones. We are 40 minutes behind.
A full 40 minutes?
Yep.
That's a lot.
Handcrafting it's at a short for such a short time period is just faster than building all the infrastructure.
Okay, I've got all the concrete I need. It's just running and getting whatever cable has been already made.
Yep. Andrew, okay. It's not giving up. It's just providing data to analyze the next run.
The next question is, how much are we going to make up? How much time are we going to make up when we had those long ones? Does that give us enough
Yep.
cable? Yep. Go do it.
Okay, we have
How much
3.5
time are we going to
minutes
make up?
till-
How much time are we going to make up when we build the space elevator and we have phase 1 of
Good
the space
question.
elevator?
Now,
'Cause those
pod
were
is
like-
not going to return for another few minutes,
Okay.
so you should find stuff to craft until then.
Okay.
Just craft the copper ingots that are in your inventory. Yeah, and Andestia is correct. Problem is, tiers are costing more each time to return.
Uh-huh.
Yep. And while Doc's doing that, I will remind anybody, everyone who's here, to join our Discord. It's a fun place to hang out and post pictures of builds you've done here in Satisfactory or Minecraft, or even in real life. If you have a favorite pet or somebody, you can post pictures of that. That's a whole lot of fun to see what people have done. At the end of today's stream, I'm going to put together a slideshow, courtesy of some software that Megalith built for us. And Doc is going to react to all of it live here on our stream, to be able to see what you guys have built and done. And it's going to be a lot of fun.
What's it going to take to upload my cat pictures?
Do you have Discord on your phone?
Yes.
Open up Discord, post them.
Okay, after the
After the speedrun.
after the speedrun. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say.
Yep. Doc can do it after the speedrun. You guys have to do it now.
Okay. We have an interesting situation where suddenly, and it seems like suddenly, we have at least 3 more cats on the property than the 2 that we've raised. And the one cat that I've seen is just beautiful. It's mostly white with a bit of gray. It's basically white legs, gray back type of cat, and it's beautiful. Obviously got some Siamese in it because it's got very long legs, and it's a larger cat than either one of ours. And my black and white cat has befriended that one. And so they're friendly toward each other. They're not gonna go out and have a cat fight, which that's good news. My daughter, when I texted her, she's the one building the house. My daughter, when I texted her, says, I said maybe these were just drop-offs. The cats were just dropped off here, and now they're finding a new food source. And she says, well, I like the idea that we don't have as many mice, but. And the freight elevator's coming back. Not any mice, but we can't be the home for all the stray cats in Wentworth. So, hope it doesn't become just a drop-off point.
I don't mind outdoor cats because they keep down the mice. So, Andrew says, I miss having cats, but I'm next to a highway, which one of my cats ran onto.
Ooh,
Oh.
and that was the last
Milestone
day
reached.
of his life,
Solid
right?
biofuel created from to aid in biofuel
20
production.
kilometers from here, so
Additionally,
she
your
crossed two
pocket
before the final one.
inspirational
Holy
note.
cow.
You could be if you
Anyways,
can.
I have
This
my
is a
kitchen window open, hoping cats in the neighborhood come say hi and scare the mice. Ekin asked, is Robert in game or just moral support and coaching?
Moral support, keeping on track, coaching, yeah, all the above. Okay, so resource sync program is just a collection thing. Jump pads is when we have to create the rotors, and I'm not quite sure how many rotors I have right now. We'd have to build the rotors, so I'm going to go resource sync and just collect those goodies. And I already have enough. Already have enough wire. Already don't quite have enough wire. Okay, do have enough concrete already. Have enough rods. Need to go collect some more plate, which
Okay,
I can
wire
probably
plate.
just go ahead. And,
Did we get a timestamp that I missed?
you didn't miss it because I forgot. Here's the timestamp. 1:58:37. We're already at 2 hours.
Yep.
Well, like obviously we're just not gonna, definitely not gonna make it, huh?
Yep. But we can keep going to the elevator just so we can get a kind of a comparison. See if we actually do start making up some time, but at this point we're 40 minutes behind. So,
Did I say I had enough wire?
no. Megalith says he got mail from Microsoft saying they're going to delete his billing account if they don't do any purchasing.
That sounds like spam to me.
Agreed. Yeah, you see, the space elevator.
Yeah, space elevator. We only need 2 more items.
Yeah.
In fact, we could build the space elevator right now.
Yeah. Well, let's hit our tiers first. 22 seconds, Doc. Be there. Be ready to go. Okay. Megalith says he logged into his account and it's actually there too, so sounds like it's actually legit this time.
Ah, okay.
Okay, let's do it.
milestone reached. You have been given access to the anti-waste effort
2
for
minutes,
stress testing
zero
of materials
2
on
hours,
Exoplanet's
0
bonus
minutes, 34
program,
seconds.
also known as Awesome. Your awesome input
Okay.
allows Fixit to comprehend our.
We're now only 20 minutes
directed
behind.
these
23
clicks such
minutes.
as new
No.
next-
Sorry. Math? No, not mathing. Okay. No, we're still 37 minutes behind.
All right, and we need a few more iron plate, some more concrete. So I'm going to go grab the concrete.
Can you go select the next tier? Because we're not ready for the space elevator yet.
All right, 50 of those, 50 of the rods. I need 50 rotors, and I have 40. Okay, so I need to make 10 rotors. I could probably make them by what I have in here. I can make 8 out of the 10 that I need.
Okay. Krusty says, "Oh man, I had an orange cream Coke Zero for the first time this weekend, and it was so good."
Fantastic. It's the reinforced iron plate I was missing to make the last rotor. So let's go and see what we need for reinforced iron plate. We need some more screws.
Krusty, we at our local Walmart they have this clear American flavored water, and they have an orange and cream flavor, and it's pretty good too. It's probably not as good as the Coke, but it's pretty darn good. It's my favorite, my go-to flavor. Ming Blue says, I reached tier 3 for the first time yesterday. It took me 65 hours. Your vids help me a lot. Otherwise, I might have taken 100. Well, congratulations. No, just make the rotors directly, can't you?
Yeah, I just need more plates to do that.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, you can make 30 rotors. Holy cow.
Obviously, it was missing some screws as well.
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay.
They are manufactured chemical flavors, Andrestea. It's most definitely manufactured chemical flavors.
I don't need reinforced iron plate.
I'm sure they are exactly the kind of flavors that our new FDA is going to ban.
Okay.
Until the chemicals kill me, they will taste very good.
Most of the chemicals they're planning to ban are colorings.
Yeah, that's where they're starting.
140. Sort. That gives me 3 less than I need, so I'm just going to wait and get... Okay. All right, I've got 300 of those. Let's go get some cable. Looks like I've got the rotors. I can manually manufacture some cable if I need to.
Understand.
154, I've got enough. Jump pads are going to be done.
Cool. Andrestea says it's so funny how much is not allowed in the EU, but then in the US you're not allowed to have Kinder eggs.
What are Kinder eggs?
They're an Easter egg, basically made out of all chocolate, but they have little kids' toys inside of them.
You're not allowed to have Easter eggs with kids' toys in them?
Right. The chocolate eggs with kids' toys inside of them. Okay, so you can have like a plastic egg, but not a chocolate egg. And that's because of a law that says you can't have non-edible objects inside of food.
Oh. Because you might end up swallowing the non-edible item and causing an emergency room visit.
Right.
All right, so some kid swallowed an egg that had a toy in it and ended up in the emergency room, and somebody decided to make a law that you can't do that anymore because this one kid got hurt.
Yeah.
You can tell how I feel about that, can't you?
Hey, Doc, if it saves just one life.
If it saved just one, huh?
Just one life. Every life is too precious. What are you waiting for concrete for?
Because the space
Oh, the
elevator
space
comes
elevator?
next. And I've got everything I need for the space elevator. Except for I'm not going to have enough iron plate once I feed the jump pads. I'm going to have to go get more iron plate.
Okay.
Okay, and I just need I need 20 more concrete.
How about you go get limestone because the mine is going to be full and you can make your own concrete? No, not... Well, sure. Krusty says, I don't know if you've had grapes lately, but they've gotten way too sweet. I had a chocolate bar before I had some grapes, and the grapes were actually sweeter than the milk chocolate. It was insane.
Interesting. Wonder how they're getting the extra sugar content in the grapes.
Yeah. They're injecting the HMOs. Hey, upgrade so you got the thing launched and waiting on a timer.
Oh, I'm just... Okay. Sometimes you get to be pretty bossy over there, you know?
Somebody's got to do it.
Milestone reached. The Fix-It jump pad combines high technology and innovation for optimized
Okay, 2 minutes. 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 43 seconds.
Okay. We're down to only 24 minutes behind. We are definitely catching up.
Well, and I don't need any more concrete.
Okay.
Have I got all the... Yes, I've got all those done. So I don't need any more concrete. I just need iron plates. And I don't have any ingots, so I can't make any more iron plate than what I have.
Okay.
So I've got to either rely on that or I've got to get some more ingots.
Yeah, U.S. chocolate is definitely different. And to say so, but in general, I prefer dark chocolate anyway. Don't dare tell me that white goo is chocolate, or that it's proper to mix mint with chocolate. Okay, so you need
Plate.
80 plates.
That's all I need.
Okay.
And you got to tell me that after I do this, I'm going to be on track.
Um. mm,
250. I only need 83 more.
Yep. So we're just watching that number next to our iron plate. As soon as it's 83, we can start making those and then turn in and be done.
Yep.
And build the elevator.
Yep. We can build the elevator and then we can build the line that we need to feed to build the reinforced iron plates with the constructors.
Reinforced iron plate and smart plating.
Right. Yeah, because I have to have reinforced iron plate for that.
Do we want to push into the smart plating, or are we just going to go till the elevator?
I think we'll just go to the elevator today
Yeah.
because we're already. Yeah,
Already
we're just
over
not going to get to the phase 1.
Yep. Well, it's interesting. We're definitely reducing the split over time. I think part of what happened is there was a lot of running back and forth. Because while we had things in order, we didn't have them optimized, right? So you're running back and forth from place to place to place to do everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking for the control. Is that the control? There's the control plate. There's what I wanted.
Okay, save.
I'm working on it. Oh. Two hours, 11 minutes, and 18 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, so we lost 24 minutes somewhere in there, which means that being that far behind, we're not going to get phase 1 done in time. Okay, consider this a big learning experience.
Yeah.
We're just going to have to figure out where we could optimize more. We spent time building this infrastructure for the for the biomass burners.
Project assembly initialized. Congratulations, Pioneer. The space elevator will now automatic subsequent phase. It is time to be. Earth is in peril. Do not let.
Anderstea asks, why are we collecting ore from mines and smelters, not ingots, as that would decrease the time spent on handcrafting? If smelters can't keep up, I'd add another smelter to just have the surplus already made into ingots. I don't think we have any surplus ingots anymore.
We don't, unfortunately, because we're not making surplus ingots at this point. Her point seems to me that we ought to have more smelters so that we can make the surplus ingots.
Yeah.
And frankly, you know, let's just look at this line. We had talked about at the beginning making 4 smelters per line, and we only got to 2 here. I think, and I only got to 2 there. So we were gonna, you know, upgrade, you know, this. We were gonna upgrade this conveyor line to be the full 120 output. But even at that, these smelters are not running full speed. Even at the Wimpy line here,
Yeah.
you know, the Mark 1 line there. So, yeah. Yeah, we're going to have to, you know, maybe look at the videos, see what we could have done better.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna build a full model of everything we're building here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, have to model it. Would you have fun? Could we invite Garrett to come back tomorrow, and just for something different, do our 2-hour speed run with all 3 of us?
Yeah, that could be very interesting.
Yeah, just for something different. It's not anything real official. Just
Yeah, let's do that. Let's
yeah,
do
okay.
that.
I think with me and Garrett here, we'll basically just have you busy in the MAM, dropping things off, in the
Hub.
hub upgrading.
Okay. And dropping things off. Everybody would just be dropping things off in this storage container
There you go.
when it was needed.
Yeah. And Void's correct. Just run again. Practice makes perfect. Yeah, this is only run number 5, and this is the first time we haven't made a big improvement.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of surprising, but you're right. I spent a lot of time building things out. You know, like building out the constructors to go into the biomass burners, and you know, building more smelters to come off here. I spent quite a bit of time building out quite a bit over in the copper area that I could have not wasted that time.
Yeah, something I do all the time just to make building easier is I really try to get elevation. You know, that's part of the reason why I'm jumping all the time and jumping on top of things. Just because by being up above the ground, you're able to place things so much easier than like standing right where you are at trying to.
So you'll go up, do something like this, build from up here.
Yeah, just like trying to line up 2 machines when you're up here as opposed to directly on the ground is so much easier.
Oh yeah, it is.
But I guess we're going to add a new action, jumping on top of things, in order to reduce time of placing. And I don't know how valuable that is.
Right. I wish our to-do list could be a little longer.
Yeah, it's a very short list.
Okay.
Ekin asks, has Doc tried different starting locations? My current playthrough I started in the desert. Many good notes. For tier 1, you might save time with biomass close. In the desert, it's quite far.
Have we? I think we started choosing this area for the speed runs was because the Doggo Cave was close by. Well, after we found out that the Doggo Cave, even though it had valuable items, didn't add enough value to speed things up, we kind of dropped that. So we could definitely be a lot more flexible now in moving around to other places.
Yeah.
Another thing, if all 3 of us do a speed run, that we could be collecting things that could be unlocked in the MAM, which might actually speed things up as well.
Yeah.
One thing I wish though is that we could increase our like for example, in collecting slugs that we could make into that we can make into power shards.
Mm-hmm.
How much down the tree in the MAM do you have to get in order to unlock power shards? And if you can get power shards early enough, would it
Are they
like
useful?
impact the concrete where we can't put a second constructor on there because the machine the miner outputs 60 where the because we got a normal node there, and the constructor accepts 45. So you can't put you have to have a second mine to really make any benefit there.
Yeah, good question.
But you could overclock the constructor to get it up to the full 60, potentially.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Interesting. Void says portable miners could supplement resources, standalone smelters / constructors to automate simple handcrafting. In other words, what I think he's saying is instead of putting things in lines like we have here, where there's the raw materials going into the smelter, going into the constructor, we have a standalone constructor with a container on it. We just keep throwing things in the container, keeping them busy.
Yeah. Treat it like a Minecraft furnace where you just toss in what you want, select the recipe, you pull out whatever it has.
Yeah, exactly. Because I don't know right now if this smelter is outputting 30 per minute and it's not getting backed up, and this is accepting 30 per minute, and it's basically just staying right balanced.
Yeah.
So in this case it's okay, except that we just need more smelters and more constructors, because this is outputting more than what 2 smelters can handle. It's outputting for 4 smelters. I have to admit there's a little bit of discouragement going on in my feelings because of because I thought that we had really developed a solid plan. We did more planning for this one than we'd done the previous ones.
Yeah.
So tomorrow we'll come back with a little different. Let's see if Garrett can come, and if Garrett can come, you can come, and we'll tweak the plan in any case, and go from there.
Okay. So Void asked a couple of questions. He asked, why do you wait to do the space elevator till after tier 2? And I guess in my mind, in order to do the space elevator, you need a lot of resources, which by working on tier 2, that meant that we had time to build up those resources.
That's kind of the idea that we had, yeah.
Yeah, and then as soon as you do the space elevator, then you need smart plating, which requires rotors, which again is something you can't have at least until you have an assembler for tier, which is 2.1. And again, it comes down to quantity of resources. So I guess maybe you could start a little bit sooner.
We could build it up a little sooner, but you're right. Completing phase 1 means you've got to have smart plating, reinforced iron plate and smart plating.
Yeah.
To do phase 1, and that doesn't come until when does it come? That doesn't come until you get assemblers,
Yeah.
and assemblers are definitely a tier 2 item.
Yep.
Yeah, part assembly tier 2.1. So we get it right at the beginning. We usually go over here and do 2.5, then 2.1. So once we have 2.1, I guess it's okay to set up, build a space elevator. We could do that. But I don't want to be handcrafting resources for the space elevator when I've got other items that require just what we've already set up to build, except for jump pads.
So Void, that is one difference. As part of the rules of the speedrun, we have to unlock everything in a tier. Okay,
And those are our personal rules, by the way.
Yeah.
And frankly, before you can move on from tier 1 and 2, you have to unlock phase 1. Mm-hmm. And so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, we could mix and match the tier 1 and 2 stuff if we really wanted to, but it just doesn't. It's only 2 tiers, and you got to do them all anyway before you can get phase 1 and the smart plating unlocked. I would love to skip jump pads, for example.
Yeah. Andrew does say, remember that progress is not linear.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Okay. Well, you ready to swap over to Doc Solo?
I am. I'm going to take a stretch, though.
How about you take a stretch, then we'll have you post your cute pictures to the Discord. And then,
So I'm going to start Doc Solo loading.
yeah.
And then I'll take my stretch, and we'll start going on Doc Solo. Right now we have 23 viewers on Twitch, and we have 46 on YouTube.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that is quite awesome. All right.
Marcus Legault says, hey, Doc, just wanted to say that your short on the Satisfactory calculator road overlay was excellent. I've played for a long time, never knew you could look up the roads.
Yeah, I played for a long time without looking up the roads either.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, somebody, one of our members, helped us out by telling us that we could, that there was that overlay that we just hadn't noticed, and really helped us out there. So that was extremely helpful. So we decided to make a short of. If I didn't know it, how many people out there don't know it? So that's kind of how shorts develop. Is that I have a need, and if I have a need, yeah, other people probably have a need. So
what this means, though, is we have one last plug for the Discord. Doc's going to be posting something in Discord, and you guys should too, because the showcase is coming up in about an hour. And if you guys don't have posted in the next 5-10 minutes, it will not be included.
all right, so I'm pulling up Discord, and I'm pulling up my phone app on the
Okay.
computer.
You can get the files to your computer, then we can get it from there onto Discord pretty simply.
Yep.
And this is for people who are both on YouTube and on Twitch. Our Twitch account, let's link this for those who are on YouTube. If you'd like to jump over there to Twitch for a moment, if you have not yet followed us over on Twitch, we're almost at 1,000 followers over there. It'd be great to hit 1,000 here shortly. And, additionally, we are a small channel. We do have some monetization happening, but that's what goes to keeping the lights on, letting Doc spend the time not taking extra classes at the university, but instead playing games and enjoying his retirement. So if anybody could, if you have your Prime sub, spend some of Jeff Bezos' money by giving us a Prime sub, we'd greatly appreciate it.
All right, I'm
Getting that pulled up.
not being so successful as I wanted to be, but we'll get there.
Okay. And Kevin's getting ready to post his screenshot now. He says, very mundane when compared to others, but still something. Cool. in progress shots are just as good as the super beautiful ones. It's neat to see how different people innovate in different ways to accomplish the same goal. And Krusty just subscribed with Prime over on Twitch. Thank you very much. So Elements asked, where should we post our screenshots in Discord? So in the Discord channel, there are 3 sections. In the general section, there's the IRL showcase. If you have pictures of your cats, your animal, your food, your whatever IRL, you can post a picture there. In the Satisfactory section, there's a showcase channel where you can post pictures of your factories. And in the Minecraft section, there is a build showcase channel where you can post anything about Minecraft. And Krusty says, definitely didn't realize I wasn't following or subscribed on Twitch. Well, thank you for both. And Alexa says she was working on some beautiful factory, but then got into speedrunning. Yeah, I've been getting just about daily updates from Alexa. Constantly finding new things, new ways to do it faster. It's been fun to watch. What is RL? That stands for real life.
In real life, yeah.
Yep, so we're talking about not in-game, but we've had people post pictures of winning a race or running a race, of really delicious meals they've had, anniversary events, their pets, all sorts of stuff. We made it specifically because people wanted to share pictures of their pets. That was the number one reason. How's it going, Doc?
I am just working on it.
Okay. Oh my goodness. We've had a couple of people who are fairly new to the Discord. They've been around for a month or two, which means we're just now starting to see the factories they've built, and we have some real good stuff today.
Way cool.
Monsignor James says, I just got to oil in my game, but I'm not able to build an oil extractor on a crude oil node. I don't know what the issue could be there. Yeah, Kire, actually, that's a good comment. You might be at a resource well, not an oil node.
Ah, yes, especially in the east, in the western oil fields. Yeah, especially in the western oil fields. You've got resource wells, resource oil wells. My thumbnails aren't coming through, so it's not.
Well, I see pictures.
Yeah, there's 2 pictures.
Okay.
The one picture is taking a walk with my cats, because they tend to take a walk with us, remember?
Yeah.
So we've got, with the shiny eyes, we've got Callie. In the back middle is Mittens, and the new stray cat is to the left in that picture.
We'll,
And
I'll
then
make sure those make it into the showcase.
Yeah, just those 2, that's fine.
Okay. Subhashish Roy asks, I want to build a supercomputer factory. What's the best biome and place to do it?
A what factory?
Supercomputer.
Where's the best place to build a supercomputer? Boy, I'd have to look at all the specs.
All the gazintas.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Center of the map is probably the best place because you have close access to both bauxite and oil because you're going to be needing plastic and aluminum. So I'd put it kind of center, pretty close center map.
Okay.
Alexa says Rocky Desert. You can get 2 pure Caterium and oil close by. Sure.
Okay. Very good. I'm ready to continue playing here.
Okay. I'm going to get that showcase running. Everybody's submissions to the showcase are closed for this month. If you post after doc, it's too late, unfortunately.
All right. Let's see where I am at. Let's see. That's got a bunch of things that it's still loading. And is it? It's still uploading. Still uploading wire, but it's almost done. Only 15 per minute. Oof, oof, oof. Okay, we need rubber. We need east industrial beams. We need frames.
I'll be back in a few.
Okay, looks like I'm going to need to go work a little bit on my rubber production. So, I'm going to need to do a little bit on my rubber production and on my, let's go see if I've got some frames over here. Those are manufactured here, and we need 400. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8 gets us enough of those. And over here is the encased industrial beams. And one more stack of those will get us. And so I can go drop. I'm going to go ahead and drop the drop those into here. And that leaves us with the rubber. And the rubber, we're going to head on out here to the back of the place. We got a hyper tube taking us to the oil plants that I was in the midst of building out last time. So this will get us going and getting rubber coming back to the main factory. And I was so glad to have hypertubes by the time I built these. Simply because without hypertubes, good heavens, it would take forever to get here. And so by this time, this is probably totally full. Yep, pretty much full. And these are all probably full of rubber. Yep, got plenty of rubber. In fact, plenty of rubber just sitting here, 200 of them sitting there waiting to be plucked. And so I probably left here because I needed something to make the lift. So let's try to make the lift and see. Yep, gonna make it. Good. All right, and out the end here, I want to put an industrial storage container. Now Robert is AFK for a few moments, so if I'm not answering things being said, it's because it's hard to pay attention to both. Who is SML? I'm not sure. What is SML? Today is the day, guys. SML 3.11 has released a support for Satisfactory 1.1. Okay, what is SML? Help me know what SML is so that I can answer the question. Here. Yep, it looks like I had it lined up that way. And I hope I put it the right direction. Nope. I didn't even put this one the right direction. Got it. Well, we'll see if that one works. See if I can actually attach it like that. Let's see. Let's turn this one. And then let's turn it back into merger. They won't let me turn it. I'm gonna. All right, let's see how far I can pull a conveyor. Let's see if I can pull it all the way over here, and I cannot. Doggone. Okay, need to put the merger right on the center here. And into there, slight bit of jog there. But this will go into here and into there. Okie dokie. Okay, we got rubber going into a container, and as I suspected, this one is... Oh, wait a minute, maybe this up to here. Will that start moving? It looks like it's gonna move. Except that one isn't moving. Doggone it. All right. Robert is just coming in the door.
Yep, I'm back. How's it hanging?
Don't know, Robert. How is it hanging?
I don't know. Okay. Have you been following chat?
Trying to. Basically, me. Okay, modders. Oh, SML is Satisfactory Mod Manager. SMM.
Okay.
Okay. Mod loader. Okay. Satisfactory mod loader. Okay. Hoping modders can now start to upgrade there for mods in for 1.1. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna be without mods for a little bit.
Yeah, that kind of is the norm for for getting a new upgrade. The mods don't work for a period of time.
Yep.
All right, I have the rubber that I need. I'm gonna run back to the factory and do the upgrade for Logistics Mark IV. That'll give me Mark IV conveyors. Yay, Mark IV conveyors. And we're just about to the point where we want to have all the updates in 1.1. So that is important and fun and nice. Okay, how many more twists and turns? We're going uphill quite a bit, so it slows down frighteningly lot. Feel like I need to kind of put a couple entrances, separate them, and put a couple entrances together to speed up the process, going up some of those hills. Oh, and then we're going to have to start deconstructing some of this and making real factories, where everything kind of actually feeds into itself, each thing. Okay, and I thought we had enough encased industrial beams. Obviously, we didn't. Go get some more. And okay.
Milestone reached. The transportation of resources can reach new heights of efficiency. With the Mark IV belts and lifts, the truck, but even more importantly, your effort. Handling a large and complicated vehicle like the truck should come easy to a well-trained pioneer such as you. They are an obvious improvement over tractors concerning industrial purposes. Improvements for personal use were not measured.
Okay. So now we have trucks. Let's see. I should go back here. Unlock the next tier. See what the next tier has. Fluid packaging. Yes. I actually wished that I had packaging a little bit earlier. So that'll be good to have packaging. So we'll select that milestone and throw the things in here that as soon as the freighter gets back, we'll be able to throw things in there.
Rusty asks, would Doc ever be down for VR?
Oh, I would love to do VR, but how do you stream VR? Is it possible?
So, because the VR is already tracking your hand and eye and face movement and everything else, you just create a digital avatar of yourself.
Okay.
And it will animate the avatar for you. So will replace you in the corner with your digital avatar.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's definitely a bit of a step removed from what we have right now, but So it
All
looks
right.
like we have successfully drained those people who have just stored up all the channel points. So we aren't getting spammed anymore. In fact, people are using very few. So I'm going to go ahead and reduce the cost of Ada text-to-speech significantly. Okay?
Sounds fun.
So people could still use it, but we knocked it from 2,500 points down to 1,500, which means you're not going to be doing, we'll do we'll do 1,500, which means you'll be able to send a message every other stream or so if you're over on Twitch. So if you're over on Twitch, you can send text-to-speech, which will appear on Doc's stream. Oh, should I enable no conveyors and no pipes?
Oh,
Yeah.
Please. Oh, please don't.
There we go.
Okay.
Which, of course, we know that's going to come back pretty quickly.
Okay, we don't have the large fluid buffers yet. And I've got a situation where none of this is producing now until I get either the rubber moved to the factory, or the fluid being used, heavy oil residue. The heavy oil residue, I was going to put more machines over here to make fuel. So in more refineries over here to make fuel. This container outputting the. Do I have smart splitters yet? Let me see if I've got smart. I don't have smart splitters yet, which means I have to have a separate container for plastic as I do for rubber at this point. Okay. I've got to start using up the oil, and the plastic is going to have to be laid out a little bit differently. So, okay, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, refinery time. Let's see what we do for refinery here. And I don't have enough motors. That requires a trip back to the factory. Get some motors. Okay, very good. I gotta go get some motors. The dimensional depot upgrades cannot happen fast enough, believe me. And the freighter is re-entered. Yeah, here's where I need a bit of oomph. Help me. Help me go faster.
Yeah, I need one of those accelerators.
Yep. You say need one of those accelerators, like creating a hypertube cannon?
Yeah, or the hypertube accelerators you can just kind of like put in line in 1.1.
That's a 1.1 thing?
Well, it's just the idea that you can have a little branch that comes off with a couple of entrances and merge you back in and make you go faster.
Oh, that. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not a new device. It's
No.
taking advantage of the new splitters.
Yeah. Krusty says the first time I did VR zombies, it had me really stressed.
I'll bet. Can you imagine chasing zombies that appear to be real right in front of your face?
Yeah. Ekin says on VR, once I saw a clip of some friends who had a plank on the floor using a VR game where it looked like you walked the plank far above the ground.
Ouch. That could get very, very intense very quickly. Oh, there's my stators, and something else is out, so let's see how many motors I've got. Only 9. Okay, so what's missing here?
Andrestea, I really hope this comes through decently.
Okay, where am I making rotors?
Adrestia said, the fall, Baba Bedal Garrick te Commoneran Combrantener. Ronchuan Thuntervaran Anskantu Wardenentur. Milk, of a once Wall Street old par is retailed early in bad and later. On life down through all Christian minstrelsy.
Okay, understand. What in the world?
Adrestia said, the fall, Baba Bedal Garrick te Commoneran Combrantener. Ronchuan Thuntervaran Anskantu Wardenentur. Nook, of a once Wall Street old par is retailed early in bad and later. On life down through all Christian minstrelsy.
I have no clue what was meant by that, but interesting. Must say that that was interesting. Yes.
Alexa says I did Titanic with VR, where you had to board a lifeboat, being boarded and seeing the ship sink.
And seeing the ship sink?
Yeah. Okay, Andrew says that excerpt was from the second paragraph of the hardest read book, Finnegan's Wake.
Finnegan's Wake? Interesting. So what have I got being built over here? I think these are, yeah, plate. Is this full already? Almost.
Alexander _ Petrova said, my poor sleep the moment structural solutions, I won't have time for it.
My poor sleep, the moment structural solutions. I won't have time for it. Oh boy.
And Krusty says he thinks he remembers the game, the VR game that Ekin talked about. Yeah, it was a game where you have to face your fears, so spiders and clowns and heights and.
I'm trying to figure out where I'm making rotors.
Oh, good luck. I have no idea.
Yeah, I know. I'm paying attention and I don't have any idea right now.
Come on now.
Yeah, this is my rotor line, I'm pretty sure. But my rotor line has a problem. It keeps running out of, guess what? Screws!
Andrestea says there are multiple 100-letter words in the book, and one is 101 letters, and many words in the book are just made up. So if you Google the hardest to read book, Finnegan's Wake is the top result.
Wow.
Crazy.
And what author was so abusive to their readers that they would write something like that? What's the name of the author's name?
Let's see if Andrestea can answer us. Okay. Alexa has fixed her comment.
Alexander _ Petrova said, my poor sleep the moment structural solutions mod comes out I won't have time for it sleep will I have to wait.
So she won't have time to sleep while she's using the mod, when the mod comes out. Okay. Alright, that ought to be enough screws to keep my system busy for a little bit. Let's just go straight across here. Okay, with a few screws left over. How's Rod's doing? Rod's is doing fine. Okay, so that should get me some more motors pretty quick here.
It's Wabbit Seasons here. Hello, hello.
Hi.
He says, "Hey Doc, I was looking up YouTube videos about appending queries in Access.
And guess who showed up?
He saw your face in the thumbnail."
Yeah,
Yep.
that is my Access course that I'm currently teaching, actually, and that's all my lectures for that course. And frankly, all the lectures follow the material. Follow the material in the Access 2019 Bible by Wiley. So if you know the book, that book, and the chapters in that book, the lectures follow those chapters in that book.
You know, Doc, Microsoft is busy stuffing the entire suite full of AI tools. So you're gonna have to redo all those videos soon.
Well, they haven't come out with a new version of Access yet.
Yeah.
And there isn't a new version of the Bible either, of the, Access Bible. So,
That's true. James Joyce is the author. Huh. And Krusty asks, what's even the point of that book? To make English lit students suffer? Yeah.
I guess the point of that book is to have fodder for English lit teachers to have their students suffer.
There you go.
How many it only takes 10 motors. Oh, I
And
have
you
a
don't
bunch
have
of rotors, not motors.
Andrestea says, I think Access is going to disappear, though. SharePoint will probably replace it.
SharePoint is just a data repository. Access is a database engine. So, I mean, they don't do all of the same thing. So it might replace some functions. The fact that they haven't updated it and it's now been 5 years plus kind of makes me pause a little bit and wonder what their plans are with it.
Yeah, Microsoft has already abandoned multiple other properties, like Publisher's dead, right? Vizio is dead, which I'm still mad about.
I am very angry about that. I used to use Visio constantly because all the other tools to do mapping were just so difficult to use. But
Yeah. So James Joyce, this comes from Andrestea via Google AI. James Joyce wrote Finnegan's Wake for a multitude of reasons, including artistic experimentation, a desire to push the boundaries of writing, and a personal exploration of the human psyche and the nature of dreams. It served as a way to connect with his audience on a deeper level and to reflect on the state of his country of Ireland.
okay, that's a bit much.
Andrestea says, I'm super upset with it losing Vizio. And Wabbit Season says, wait, Vizio's dead? How so?
You can still get old copies of Visio, but they haven't updated it for quite a while now. Yeah, Visio's pretty well dead. Okay.
Wabbit Season says, I'll be honest, I find non-VBA macros to be annoying in Access. Ever since I've learned VBA, I prefer doing most of the work with it because it allows more flexibility and I can at least call myself a diet developer.
Yeah.
That's the difference between me and Doc. Doc does everything inside the macro window. He has huge long lists of macros he builds using the macro builder in Access, whereas I do everything in VBA. Or at least I should say, when we were building our bookstore together, that's the way it worked.
Well, this one's going to have a little bit of a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Clipping much here. Okay. Problem is the output. Let's look here. The output is fuel. Hey, heavy residue in, oil residue in, fuel out. I can still get out that port. Gonna go with it.
Um,
Um,
there's a Vizio 2024, Doc.
there is.
See, one of the interesting things is we've always used the Microsoft Office installer, and that installer used to include Vizio and Publisher, and they've both been dropped off. Publisher, I think, is completely dead, but apparently,
Apparently, they just came out with a new version of Visio, huh? Is it part of the Office suite?
that's a good question. What does Office Suite mean now?
Good question. Yeah, good question. Joseph Tatum asked a question. Doc, you in Seattle? And I said, no, grew up there, but left there in 2005 to come to Missouri with a short detour in Arkansas in between. I'm in southern Missouri near Joplin now.
Mm-hmm. It's now in the Office Business Suite.
Okay, there's now an Office Business Suite, huh?
Let's just...
Okay.
I don't use it for programming or anything, but I use it. There's so many processes to diagram for various things, like Satisfactory. I found a third-party website to do my Satisfactory diagramming because Vizio is gone. What's up?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it this way for now, and then that means I can't use that one.
But it only has fuel coming out, right?
This one only has fuel coming out. Yes.
Okay.
If I want to use it though, if I'm just gonna put it in a container, I can do that. But right now I don't have oil power unlocked, and because I don't have oil power unlocked, I can't use this fuel for anything.
What do you... Oh.
And I don't think I've got a packager.
You have an oil extractor, but you don't have oil power yet?
Right.
What are you using oil for?
Plastic and rubber.
Huh.
Yeah, I've got a refinery.
Go to the
Yeah.
power tab.
Power tab. Cool.
Yeah, crazy.
And so I can use the Coke for
There you
coal
go.
power generator. And
There you
so
go.
that's what I was planning on doing.
Sounds good.
Which means I do away with this particular refinery here on the edge of the platform. And with that stub there.
So Alexa says, Robert, why don't you just join in with Doc tomorrow for a speed run and do crash site runs?
And do crash site runs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking.
Yeah, I'd like to do that. Leafy 1.1 releases a week from tomorrow. So 8 days on the 10th. And we will be streaming all day long. So Doc's going to be here for at least 8 hours, streaming all day. So you guys can play on your own games and hang out with us. And it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be returning to our Gigafactory for the first time in over a month. And it's going to be scary. But hopefully the updates improve things. So...
I'm detouring for a slight moment, okay?
Yep. That's fine. It's so weird, Wabbit Season talks about how expensive Vizio is. Microsoft kind of had the idea that, people pay for licenses for Windows and they pay for licenses to use Office and that sort of thing. And then Google Docs comes out and takes over basically the entire new generation younger than me. Now I'm in my late 30s now. My younger brother's 30 years old, and he's used Google Docs his entire life. Everything was Google. Everything in high school, everything in college is on Google. And it's all free. And then you get things like Vizio that Microsoft seems to be not interested in pursuing. And they just kind of forget about it, which is so weird. And they put it behind a giant paywall. They did create Microsoft 365, which is now, hey, guess what? Instead of it being free on Google, you can pay a monthly subscription for it.
A lot of the major universities, though, are putting the Microsoft Office products as part of just part of the curriculum, part of the tuition.
Good.
So that's the way that universities, at least at that level, are getting over it, getting around it. But there's a lot of adoption of Google Docs in the lesser schools. So
Not sorry. And now Microsoft has a history of becoming more institutionalized. You know, Windows, yes, it's kind of the de facto for PCs. It is the de facto. It's the only thing out there. But they're also Windows Server is everywhere as well. So, well, Kevin says he doesn't use Google Docs or Sheets. Still uses Microsoft Office in your late 20s. Well, yeah, good for you. Like, well, good for you. I don't like Docs or Sheets either. There's something gross about having to go to a website in order to type out a document. For me, I don't like it, but. And Leafy says, I appreciate you, voice in the sky. My name is Robert, and I am Doc's son and editor. So,
all right, am I missing something, or does this not tell me how much fuel it consumes until I tell it how much fuel?
you gotta plug the fuel in so it knows what it's consuming.
Okay, let me get some power to it then.
And Estrella also says, all Google services are blocked at my job, so can't even get a Google Doc from a customer or vendor. Ugh, I'm sorry. That's annoying.
Well, there's some people that feel, some IT departments obviously, that feel that there's a certain amount of security risk with documents being put out on the on the internet, basically, because the only way to use Google Docs is to use the internet. So I can understand that, especially when if you've got any sort of government contracts, or any work with some place that wants their stuff to remain confidential. You're in that situation where you just cannot get services like that. So.
Wabbit Season says it is 100% a security risk to use Google Docs.
Absolutely.
If it's free, then you're the product and they're harvesting your data.
Yep.
Andrew says, lies, though. Doc is not old enough to have a son over 30.
Okay. I'm not old enough to have a son over 30, nor a grandchild that's almost 16, nor a great-grandchild that was just born.
Yes, you have a... That's made it sound really weird. He has adult grandchildren.
Mm-hmm. I have an adult grandchild, yes. Actually, pardon me. How old is Julia?
Isn't she
the oldest?
19?
I think she turned 20, actually.
Turned 20? Yeah, isn't that insane?
Yeah. Okay, so this is producing supposedly 120. This says it has no power. I put power to it. Why does it say it has no power?
He has 5
children.
children.
Because it has no... Yeah, I have 5.
5 children.
And I have, 14 grandchildren?
Something like that, yeah.
Where am I going to find water in this godforsaken desert?
Good luck. And when you find the water, let Samuel last name know. His fellow players need a place to make their tea.
I need a place to make their tea. Okay, I'm making rubber. I'm still not taking anything out of here to use up the residual oil. I've got a very inefficient factory here because I now forgot the fact that I have to have water. Oh boy. Time for the Satisfactory calculator, folks. Come save the day, please. Tell me where there's water close by here. Okay.
Andrew says, I've been trying for 2 weeks now to be able to view a domain where we host content pages for one of our most important applications, where I'm the only person providing end user support. Oof.
Okay, I'm going to load my save game here, and it's Doc Solo, and save it there, and let's see. I'm going to pull this over here just to show people what I'm looking at. I'm going to remove the fog. Oh yes, I've got water just over here. That doesn't look like it's all that far away, does it?
No.
It's probably salt water, totally. It's kind of like the Great Salt Lake. It's only totally landlocked. No inners, no innies, no outies, or the Dead Sea. Okay, let's go ahead and put this over here. I need to go due west.
Adrestia said, "Do not worry, Doc. I am here to save the day. I am your trusty AI and kitten whisperer." ADA.
Oh, very good. So I need to go west, due west. So just over that. Now, one thing I'm going to do here, though, is I'm going to go get some of that petroleum coke and see if it'll power my backpack. Because you can power backpack with coal, can't you?
Probably.
Preferred biofuel. Nope. Doesn't have that on the preferred list. You see, right now I'm out of biofuel in my bags.
Leafy says, "Oh, cool, father and son gaming. I wish my pops enjoyed gaming."
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, it took Doc retiring before he was okay with spending time playing games. So if your dad isn't retired yet, well, you may have to wait a bit, but and Leafy then said, "I just got Satisfactory earlier this year, and Doc's been a huge help. So thank you guys for allowing me to learn."
You're welcome. That's what you get when you get a teacher playing a game. Because basically I learned by teaching. So Robert is also a very big help in writing those scripts. I don't know if I can get up this area, Robert. Yeah, I can, right through here. There we go. There should be water right around the corner here. Yeah. And a power source. I wonder if you can even put a water extractor in here. Well, for power, I can't even put a geyser on that geyser. All right, let's see if I can put a water extractor on anywhere here. Well, I can fit one at least.
Andrew says, "My dad used to play not safe for work games on his Commodore 64. He thought we didn't know about." Leafy says, "My dad's a working man, but he's not comfortable. He's not working, so I doubt that'll ever happen. But maybe one day."
I can fit exactly one water extractor on here, Robert.
Aww.
That's pretty bad. Basically, this place is just a puddle.
It's a puddle, and we're gonna pump it dry.
Yeah, it's fed by these geysers. Is about all it is.
we talk about being a working man. Doc finishes his 4-hour stream. Then he's going to spend the next 4 hours either mowing the yard, playing around with Mama Doc, or he's going to be wiring the house we're building. And then in the evening, he's going to go back to the house, and if he's too tired, he'll watch TV. But if not, he'll spend the rest of the evening doing honeydews. He usually makes dinner as well. Are you going to do laundry today?
Yes, it is definitely.
And he'll be doing laundry today. Like, catching up with Doc. You know, biggest downside I've found of living on 10 acres, Doc, I can't ever find you. I come say, hey, video's done. Oh, great. I have to go hiking around the place just to find you. That's how I get my exercise in every day, trying to find Doc.
I think you're exaggerating a slight bit.
Only a slight bit. Matthias says, started playing Satisfactory recently because of you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excuse me.
Now I've given you a new addiction.
You had to build up supports.
Yeah, either that or go down and then up.
Yeah.
Now I think I'm going to build supports. Let me see if I could. I don't have. Oh yes, I got stackable pipeline supports, and I've got the ability to zoop. So let's see if I can kind of shoot in between here. Zoop up ways. Yeah, if I can zoop up that tall, I should be able to hit that. There to top one there. Yay. See if I can walk the pipeline here. Pipe is too long, too long, too long, too long. Clipping.
Yeah, don't worry about the clipping.
I need water on the back side. I need the water to be over there, basically. So I'm going to build another set of stackable supports. Can't see what direction it's curved. Oh, come on. Didn't I choose stackable? Obviously did.
Kire says, I didn't think I'd like Satisfactory that much when I originally got it. Now I've sunk 150 hours into this game. There's no signs of stopping now.
Ah, that is fun. That is funny. Because, you know, when I first saw it, Robert kind of dumped me in the middle of, what was it, tier 3 or 4? Or you weren't that far along, but you were building platforms.
Yeah.
Okay. And you were building containers and you were putting power lines out. And I didn't understand any of what was going on.
I was doing coal power.
Okay, so you'd gotten to the point of doing coal power. Oh, shucks. I mean, and that's really not all that far.
No, it's not.
But it was to the point of being, how in the world do you understand this? All of this stuff.
The truth is, it's taken me a while to really learn how other people view things, like games and stuff, because like my view at that time was, oh well, this beginning stuff isn't cool. This beginning stuff it's just the start. I have to show them the really cool stuff, so I'm gonna jump super late into the game or later into the game to show them the really cool stuff first. And really, what that ended up doing is causing more confusion than excitement.
Yeah, but when I started playing from the beginning, okay, that goes into that, and that goes into that, and that does this. Pipe is still too doggone long? Come on. I mean, it's okay to go here, but I don't want it to go there. All right, again.
Leafy says, hey, that's me right now. I don't understand any of it, but I'm trying my best, and y'all have been helpful.
Don't have enough iron rods to build it any further. Time to go back to Time to go back and get some iron rods. Can't wait till we get the depot upgraded enough that it actually is useful.
Hey, Doc.
Yes.
Oh, shucks. Unfortunately, looks like the text-to-speech is down.
Decided to quit?
Yeah, text-to-speech has decided to quit. Alexa, I will refund that and turn them off for now.
You've tried it a couple, 3 times and just...
I don't even receive it on my end, and that's just because Twitch from time to time shuts off the connections, and you have to re-enable the connection, and I just haven't been able to do that yet. Or Megalith and I haven't been able to go through to handle the picking up. No, you didn't break it. It happens normally, and
Yeah, it's just an error correction issue that Megalith needs to code in that says if disconnected,
yeah.
do this. And that'll take a little bit of finesse, but it'll happen.
Okay, there we go.
Going to get some rods. My best friend, WS, was like, I got this game Satisfactory and you should get it. I hate first-person games, so it was no thanks. No thanks, and he told me that he had a second Steam account, so I could try it now. I bought the game on Steam and got 1,600 hours in. He blames Ada. Okay.
Enderstate says I should have to read that out in Ada's voice.
You should, huh?
That I should have to.
You should learn to impersonate Ada.
Here says, I think Satisfactory really hit the nail on the head with its progression system. It adds new mechanics slowly enough that doesn't feel overwhelming, but fast enough that doesn't feel grindy.
That is true.
And Megalith is here lurking. He says, Doc, the Twitch API is annoying. First they send a reconnect request, but they don't give you any info. Then they send another request that includes some info, but I can't even explain how it works.
Okay. That makes it very difficult. Plenty of girders. Okay. Okay. So all I'm working on for this next upgrade is getting plastic. So I've got rubber being made. I just need to get plastic also being made. And so I've got some plastic here, but of course not enough. And I would need something to make plastic out of. Where to go from there? All right, I got the rods that I need to get to the hyper tube. You know, it's really, I tell people that you need to build and rebuild when you get better tools like Mark IV conveyors that I just unlocked. And then when reality comes, you feel like, I've already built it. I got to redo everything, and the reality is it kind of grinds to a halt at that point. You'd almost rather rebuild it somewhere else than deconstruct what you've already built.
Yeah. Leafy says, Doc just stole the words straight out of my mind.
Straight out of his mind, huh?
Yep. Alexa says, I once started a new save game and just started at phase 4 instead of destroying everything and rebuilding.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
You can actually start at a phase that you choose. Interesting. Oh, FedEx just came.
Cool. And Whitestone Industries is here. It says, still hoping that Robert gets Streamlabs up and going here on YouTube so he can have the cool stuff too. What cool stuff will be available on YouTube? I'm not sure how to emulate the point system on YouTube. But if you have any ideas, let me know and we can try to do something there.
$25 per minute. Wow.
So Leafy, it will just the game will automatically be updated for you. You'll just log in and it'll be 1.1.
Yeah, for the regular game. So unlike the experimental, where you had to actually create an experimental instance of your game in Steam, you'll just log in one morning and it'll say just a moment, we're updating, and it'll update and you'll be in 1.1. Make a backup of all your saves just in case. But when we went from release 8 to 1. We didn't even chance it when we went to 1.0. We just kind of left it. So
Yeah.
well, that is not helpful. Not helpful at all. Okay. More space, more space. Never have enough space. Okay, power and coal power generator, and we're going to back it up to the edge of the partition here. Okay. Great. Why in the world can't I ever get this figured out right? There we go.
Interesting, Whitestone. I'll have to take a look at what Streamlabs could do there.
All right, what did he have to say?
Well, he says using Streamlabs, you can build a channel point system into YouTube, which allows them to get the text to speech and stuff like that on YouTube, just through a
Okay.
third-party app.
So it has to be a third-party app?
Yeah, because YouTube doesn't do it natively.
Okay. Now we can figure out how to bring this down here, and we'll just bring it right down this rib here. With a pipeline junction there. Right down the rib I'm talking on. Put that right there. Right. Okay. Now we're going to have to truck in some more water than this, I'm sure. This might get one generator running, which is terrible. So much for... Wow. The next lake is clear over in the flat desert area.
Oh gosh.
Over where we were building the Gigafactory, just north of where we were building the Gigafactory. In fact, you built the tall copper building
Yeah.
right next to it, and then we built the steel factory right on the other side of it, kind of over it. That's the closest one from where I'm at. That's a lot of pipe.
That is. Inez asks, what's coming in 1.1?
Ooh, go watch I Am Kibitz 1.1 update. There's a lot of stuff.
In short, elevators. Sorters that have a vertical port on it. The priority merger, which allows you to select which input to take from. And hypertube branches and junctions. I think that's the top line stuff.
Those are Robert's favorite things.
I mean, there's some blueprinter improvements as well.
Oh, that's right. The blueprinter improvements that, yeah, we did the short on that where they've got an auto connect feature.
Yeah. Infinite nudging and vertical nudging as well.
So they rolled infinite nudge in completely. Okay, so we need to get some power up to those water pumps. And we might actually be able to start doing power. Might actually be able to start generating power here.
Oh, and destroying crash sites. You can now dismantle crash sites.
And that is going to actually, from what I'm excited for that, because I'm kind of greedy in a way that I really hate going to a crash site and realizing that the crash site's already been, found and got all the goodies out of it, Plus the fact that they're going to let you get the goodies out of it, and that you'll be able to deconstruct the machinery and get the stuff that just like you would normally when you're deconstructing things. Get the goodies out of it.
So Element says the blueprint autoconnect is my most favorite update. The only issue I've run into is it'll work for train tracks, but doesn't register, so I'll have to redo them. Well, I was very disappointed with them because one of the things that we did is when we built our manifold lines is we had them end with supports at the end. And for some reason, when you're trying to tile them, the support wouldn't connect to another support. So for some reason, all of our manifolds will have to be redesigned to get them to actually connect. And I don't know why they didn't want to connect before. And maybe they've fixed, maybe it's just a bug or something. But I could not get the manifolds to work. I had to make a completely new blueprint to make it work.
Okay.
And Alexa says, "Fix it doesn't waste. So why would these crash sites from Pioneer deaths be wasted? Just take the crash site, rebuild it into your factory."
Yeah. Wonder how long it's going to take for the Satisfactory calculator and the map to realize that you've already cleared the site. I know right now that if you've taken the hard drive out, it knows that.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see.
Yeah. Whitestone says, "I'm sure the bugs that exist in 1.1, they'll be fixed." I hope so. And Deathlord on YouTube asks, "What are the best items to get points in the Awesome Sync?"
DNA shards. DNA, what do they call that?
Yeah, from creatures. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, Whitestone. That's the workaround I found. It'll work if you overlap the blueprints. Interesting. And Alexa says turbo motors for the sync.
Yeah, turbo motors get you good amount. Okay. Just checking to see if I need any, if I need to put any, okay. 120 meters cubes per second. Okay, 120. If I overclock it, it'll get it to 300. That'll fill a pipe.
Well, Doc, it is 12:53, and we have a showcase to do.
12:53. In other words, I've got 7 minutes to do the showcase.
Right.
You got to be kidding me.
Well, I've been working with Megalith trying to get it to work. Unfortunately, the PowerPoint portion of it isn't functioning, so we're going to do it directly from the app.
Should we just do it tomorrow?
I don't think we're going to be able to get it done that quickly. So, if
So
you're
we'll
okay
be-
showing it from my screen,
Okay.
you just watch from up there.
Yep, and I'll just watch from up here. That'd be fine. I just want to hook up a power cable to this power plant that I've just enabled,
Okay.
and I mean I've got 300 water coming to it, and I
Nice.
was just going to check to see how much water it needed. It needs 50, so it's getting plenty. I can put 6 of these, and with 25 petroleum coke coming out, I've got 120 petroleum coke being made by one generator, so I can put like 5 more coal generators here. So, but we can model the rest of that tomorrow. So yeah, let's get started.
Okay. Gonna come over to my stream now. It's my page. This is the
Okay.
Showcase Studio made by Megalith, one of
So how about if you move me to the opposite corner?
and that'll work until we have a tag that's on the opposite corner.
Well, okay.
We'll put you
That's
there
fine.
for now.
He's got a plutonium factory, huh?
Yeah, look at that.
Yeesh. Wow.
And that's Elements on YouTube. So he's been in chat. He's in chat right now. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Wow, that is quite impressive. How you made it look good at the same time, and you get several drone ports there bringing supplies in. Um, so you got plutonium in front of us, and I suppose that's feeding to something other than the other platform over there, building it over water, which is the thing that I wish we had done when we built our nuclear power plant.
Yeah, he has the space to spread out, to make it look good.
Space to spread out and plenty of water to bring into it because they need a ton of water. So way cool, way cool. Next, modular frame pickup. Okay, that's a good, instructive name for a train station. That's way cool. And so we've got it on the opposite side, so I can't read it all. Maybe you put me in the upper left corner.
If you want to be upside down,
Why would it turn me upside down?
because we can't just cut you off in the middle. If we're putting you up there, we gotta flip you upside down. There we go.
Yeah, right. Oh, God.
But this is by the accountant, otherwise known, I think, as Kevin.
Kevin, CPA, yeah.
Yeah, who's been in
CPA
chat
Kevin.
at least a little while ago.
Versatile framework. Okay. Fantastic. Looking good. And you see the signage up there.
Yep. Okay.
Good. I gotta keep breathing. Either that or I'll yawn.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get these properly flipped.
Anderson is
There we go.
super highway. Okay. All right. She's using the paths. Building a platform highway. Okay. Getting a road put together. That is cool. That works really nice. I recognize where where those lakes are. Yes. Very good.
Edgar says, "Hey Doc, how's it hanging?" And Krusty saying, "Doc over here hanging upside down like a bat."
Yeah, exactly.
Let's not do that. Let's
Yeah, put yourself back on the screen fully.
I'm just messing everything up. Now you're at an angle. There we
Now
go.
I'm straight. Now I'm back down in the corner.
Straight. And now I can go back in
your
the
window
corner.
up. Okay.
Oh man.
Now let's look at the previous one with Industries. Shows what the platform looks like.
Okay. Yeah. Then the
Okay.
close up,
Okay.
3 wide platform there.
3 wide platform. Good. Okay.
Yep. Nice and wide so you can get those tractors moving.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Oh, good architecture.
Yeah.
Jake's motor factory is the tall one. Still needs some detail work. Might tone down the neon stripes. Okay.
Jake's
That's
made
pretty
a
cool.
lot of good stuff in
I'll
here.
bet you that looks really good in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Lexus artwork.
Nice wide road with some good striping. I like that.
Yep.
Walkways up top.
That is really cool. Okay. And more of Alexa's artwork. Ingots, train station in progress, trying different ways to speed run, so it's still in progress, not finished. Yeah, I kind of sidetracked Alexa. She was doing some speed runs to help me figure out what to do first and next and then next after that. Okay, go.
And Leafy says, "I wish I was this good at designing."
And then Jake's. There's Jake's. A little bit closer view of his factories. Gosh. Yeah, you may wish you were a little better. I wish I was that good. That's
Yeah.
really nice looking stuff. Okay. And we've got lifts. We have lifts. Okay. Lifts up to the various floors. It says concrete drop off up there. Not much, but I wanted to show off these vertical assembler arrays. Yes. Robert made some really neat vertical assembler arrays for the Gigafactory. That you'll probably see those when we get back to the 1.1 stuff in on January 10th, June 10th. Pardon me. Let's go to the next. A bridge over troubled water. No, bridge over. That's pretty neat.
Damn.
That is really neat. That's probably over by the coal areas, by the
Yeah.
coal factory that we had.
I think so.
That is a really,
I
really
think I
neat.
recognize this tree, and
Yeah, that is a really neat place to put a walk bridge over, and that's neat. Oh wow, that's your first one? Oh my,
wow.
you get quite aggressive on your first tries. 115 gigawatts or 115,000 megawatts. Wow.
Very cool.
Redo the piping so it works all at 100%. And then that is absolutely the challenge. Yes, make
It
sure
looks
all
like he
the
has a bit of a
piping.
battery array back here too.
Uh-huh. And a battery array in front as well. Or wait a minute, those
That's
are
fluid storage.
fuel storage. Oh.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe that is. I can't quite tell. Maybe that is just fluid storage.
It could be fluid. Yeah. And we've got any feed on my layout. Can I have any feed on my layout?
He's asking
Feedback.
feedback.
Okay, feedback scars.
I actually like this.
Yeah, that's a good layout. You one-sided manifold arrays
Mm-hmm.
going into the storage areas at the end when you got overflow. That works.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
I like the staggered input here.
Uh-huh.
Looks like they're need like Scars put the splitters embedded into the lifts, like what we've been doing.
Uh-huh.
So I mean that's going to change more or less in 1.1 with the vertical ports. But other than that, I mean it looks you can see that embedded in there.
Yep.
I think it looks great.
So you got single-sided manifold arrays that are outputting to the right. The right-hand one is outputting to the right, and the one in the middle is outputting to the right also.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of dead-ended in the respect that they end up just in a storage container. So it looks like they're built with reinforced iron plate and rods. They're building frames, modular frames.
Okay. Yeah, I think the only critique here is just your input and output is a little bit messy, but the actual lanes look great.
Yeah, and because you've got the containers, the containers receiving everything pointed in, it's kind of hard to go anywhere with them. So you might want to reverse them and point them out.
Yeah, put them out here.
And then, yeah, exactly. Have it go down the opposite direction so that you've got some room to
Yep.
take those frames and go somewhere else with them. Well, cool. And another look. Top floor.
If I put a floor on top of this, what gap should I leave in between?
I'd at least get enough. I'd at least get high enough just to get the colored sticks not to poke through your floor.
Yeah.
But other than that, that usually is high enough. Is get those sticks, because sometimes it'll prevent you from building over those sticks on the next floor up. Sometimes it'll let you. Sometimes it won't. It'll just say there's something else in the way.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, go up high enough to get above those indicator lights, and then you'd be fine.
You're not dealing with liquids, so go as high as you want. Give it a couple extra walls, make it feel not so cramped. Give yourself space, so when you're flying over it, you can just hover over everything instead of having to dodge in between. No reason not to give yourself some extra space.
Or when you fly through it, either one.
Mm-hmm.
So okay. Okay, we've got scars all for iron ingots. Pretty cool. That is quite. Oh, somebody's put an engine on top of their.
That looks so cool.
Yeah, it does. Somebody put a supercharger on top of their building.
I mean, look at the detail here. Adding
Yeah.
that in and
Yep.
making 100 cooling systems per minute. Perfect.
Okay, so it's a cooling system, and of course, yeah,
It's getting the
just
three embedded circles inside of the larger oval, getting them to match so well.
You know.
That is incredible.
Well, and that's why Whitestone Industries is the one that built the statue that we have
There you go.
in our
Showing off that skill.
Hall of Fame there. Okay, very cool. Okay, Whitestone got Thinks Factory. 200 units per minute. Water tank is just for decoration, and so are all the pipes. Okay.
That's all pipes on the side. Very cool.
Okay.
The pipes to make it look like heat sinks.
Uh-huh. Okay, you're making to rebuild the old power tower blueprint. Okay. You wanted your own power towers.
A little bit scaled up.
Yeah, no kidding. A little bit scaled up and a lot higher capacity. I mean, it looks like there's the capacity for at least 12 wires at the top to be strung along. Instead of just the 3 other towers you get attached plus 4 at the bottom, he's got room for 12 if he places those all the way along.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Could you possibly, Whitestone, if you're on with us, I haven't seen it. Yes, he's there.
Yeah.
If you could post this blueprint with both of the files for this blueprint on the server, if you're willing to share it on Discord, I would really, really like to play with that in some of my builds too.
Yeah.
If you're willing.
Could be neat. Okay.
Okay. When you decide that the conveyor floor is worth looking at, there you go.
Glass platforms. Yeah.
Yeah, put the glass there so you can actually see the conveyor floor. When it's not the mess that we usually end up with on the conveyor floor. Exactly.
Yeah. Apparently he's already posted it.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
You need to go find it so we can play with it too.
Sure.
Okay. And we need when we do it, put it in there. We then need to go to the blueprint, put a sign on it that says contributed by Whitestone Industries.
Definitely.
So every time we place one, it shows.
Man.
Now I love the interchange outside. That is just nice.
Excellent interchange in that building.
And the building is just awesome. Whitestone again.
Okay, it looks like
2,000 units per minute. And train stations at the bottom.
man.
Okay. Well, it takes his time, right? Okay, and you're building towers everywhere. Whitestone. Okay, Solo World, the perfect place. Decided to snap a photo. Fantastic. Oh, gee. The rotor factory made like a rotor.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a kind of a theme going on here, I see.
Yeah, yeah.
And I love his rotation for his, I could point to it there, kind of point to it as soon as I figure out how to get the direction.
For the trains?
Exactly, the train things.
Yeah, that's a very,
I wish I could poke outside of my box.
Very, very smooth, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Looks great.
That is way smooth. Okay. And nitrogen gas power.
Tower.
Oh, tower. Sorry. What am I seeing?
And of course, coloring it all green so it all glows. Mm-hmm. Very cool.
So what is the machine in the middle there?
Those arms making me think it's the space elevator, but it's not.
It looks like it might be a power augmenter.
What is that machine? Don't quite recognize it, guys.
Power augmenter?
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
But it's called a nitrogen gas tower, so I don't know.
Okay. Very cool. Next. Okay. 144 modular frames per minute. Unboosted.
Cool.
The conveyors lifts is just what's
a bit wonky there.
Bit
Everything else is good. This is a bit yeah, could use some work. It's a resource well pressurizer. That's why we don't recognize it, Doc.
A resource well pressurizer.
Yeah, these are the arms that go pump up and down and go thunk, thunk, thunk to pressurize the well.
Okay.
But usually they're outside because the well is outdoors.
Right.
Okay, that's what threw me off so well. I didn't even think of it. It could be the well pressurizer, even though you
That's
noticed it was a nitrogen gas well.
That's why it's a nitrogen gas well.
Oh, okay.
Just building over the top of it. I get it.
And Zublagar says, people are making these awesome builds. Meanwhile, I'm here proud of my open air reinforced plate factory.
Yeah, open air. That's where I usually build. And here we got another one that's just gorgeous. Spaced elevator assembly building.
So somebody asked, how do you get away from just building giant boxes? Notice that this is more or less a giant box. But he took the giant box, he added this striping texture with some depth to it, so you have the inset windows. Then he built, the kind of this vertical entrance piece, which looks a little bit different. Add in kind of a piece at a time, and this looks really good. But on the inside, it's just a box.
It is. But on the outside, it looks incredibly impressive.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And there's more. This is Jigsaw again. I'm recognizing the style of some of the people.
Yeah.
And you got,
Jigsaw's
using the concrete foundations on the corners, the rounded concrete foundations on the corners to go around the corner. That's pretty cool. Okay. And more Jigsaw. Okay. Case beam and reinforced plate factory. Then, of course, look at the extra decorations on his road.
Yeah. I love that. Very futuristic look here.
And, he probably, I don't know, it doesn't look like he's got lights on the underside, but he could have easily put lights on the other side to, light up the roadway. Right now it's just showing shadow at this point. Very cool. Okay, next. Oh, new photo mod is pretty good. I can't wait to start playing with the new photo mod.
Wow. Look, he built a building around the space elevator.
Yep. Pretty cool.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Oh.
Omnomosaurus.
Okay. Okay. Is there a little bit of a building around those?
Yeah,
power
it looks like he
lines?
built it into one large building. I like that.
Yeah. That looks really cool.
And then using the railings and embedding lights into the railings to give kind of this uniform yellow stripe on gray. Cool.
Yeah. Okay, this looks very industrial, like I've just walked into a factory building.
These look like stores,
Yeah.
like our stores.
Yep. Conveyor belt core. Yes, I sit and watch them sometimes. Yeah, I would too. Okay. Okay, what do we got here? We've got plate, copper plate. And we've got conveyors that kind of make a Z. That's interesting. Huh. Interesting.
This happened on experimental and crashed his game while taking a screenshot. Ruh-roh.
Interesting. I hope you had it saved, even though it crashed your game.
Yeah, I got some weird wonkiness happening there.
Yeah. And we have trains coming indoors.
I like that handling of the train going up to a new floor. That's really nice. That's clean.
It's hard to get it that clean without a lot of clipping. Getting it to go actually elevate. And basically you do that by doing it on the straight section and then connecting the place where it has to go from the lower level and start curving upward.
Yeah.
So, Mega Factory train basement. Interesting. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, and we've got Volocrum building his towers again. Okay.
He has pseudo glass fronted towers. Right.
And it looks like he just hasn't put the cladding on the right one yet.
Right.
That's pretty cool. Tower half done. Okay. Oh, Ten Shimpansu. Okay. He's showing off his screen.
Yeah.
That is. Okay.
That's a
I'm
cool
jealous. Move on. Okay.
I'm sorry. Some of these are getting out of order. I apologize. I made some mistakes. We have some Minecraft here.
Yep, a Minecraft construct there. Okay.
So, Doc, for your information, this is something that appears sometimes under the ocean.
Uh-huh.
But, as Mr. Jarro says, a structure I didn't build, but I laid dry. So he had to go through and dry out the whole thing. He had to get rid of all the water.
Wow. So
So-
that was already built underground.
Yep. And so he had to go through there. He placed this whole wall of sand and then went through and cleaned out all of the water.
That is crazy.
A lot of work.
Yeah, a lot of work, but what you found was cool.
Yep.
And to see it already built. And here we got another Minecraft build. What is this intended to be? Just something that looks pretty, or is it functional, or?
It looks like a wall segment of some sort. But, yeah, he didn't have any description to it.
Okay.
So,
Okay. And
we were all here for this one.
yep, we were there for that one. Let's blow up a mountain.
All that explosion led to a bunch of holes afterwards.
And led to almost killing us.
Yes. And then afterwards, this is Caffeinated's view standing on top of his mob farm. This whole area was what was covered in TNT, and we leveled this whole section of the mountain.
That's way cool.
So,
Okay. And what is this? Pretty neat little spot. Yes, that is finding a mine underground.
yeah.
And one of Caffeinated's builds.
Yeah.
Very good looking.
Nice little basement there.
Okay. All this stuff we won from the crane machines. First time actually winning stuff. Okay. Those are the ones where you control the arm and you claw picks it up and puts it in the
I imagine so, yeah.
drop. Okay. And there's a puppy dog.
Cute little husky.
Husky pup? That's gonna be a big dog. Someday he'll grow into those paws.
That looks like a part. It looks part husky. I wonder what else is in him, but Krusty's been in chat, so maybe you can tell us if it is a pure husky, just a puppy, or what.
Okay.
And we got Gamer11 watching Doc.
Watching Doc trying to make a speed run. Number 3 in that case. Okay.
Very cool.
And that's Caffeinated's spot in the. Is that your personal one?
Yeah, I think that's his own base.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he showed that off once.
Krusty says part husky, part German Shepherd.
Okay.
Really? Interesting.
Shepherd Husky.
How old? And somebody's showing off their collection.
And
Look at those Legos.
Lego cars. Okay. Pretty
Very cool. Yeah, pretty good collection of games here.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, sorry, my mistake putting this in there, but
Fixing his microphone arm.
yeah.
Layers of yummy. Is that cheese?
At least.
Okay. And we took a walk the other night, and we have a dirt road in front of our yard, and the 3 cats. Now I'm saying 3 because Callie is the one that's got the glowing eyes in the front. Mittens is the one in back, and the gray and white one to the left is a stray that just appeared here about a week ago. Suddenly we just started seeing this one around, and okay, who are you? What are you? Where did you come from? So when we went up for a walk last night, all 3 cats decided to go take a walk with us. Now, Callie normally will take a walk with us. She loves to go for a walk with us. Notice no leash or anything. She just wanders along with us. But when Mittens joined us, the stray cat joined us too. So I've got a close-up of the stray cat next. As soon as you get rid of the Discord announcement. There we go.
Yeah, those the extra cats, they've been kind of.
Yeah, that's the stray.
in
And
our
the-
yard, kind of hanging around places. Won't approach us yet. I don't think anybody's been able to pet them yet.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Well,
another week maybe.
yep, another week.
And that's the end of the presentation.
Yeah. All right. Well, appreciate everybody coming. I've got to head out. I'm sure I'm 20 minutes late. I'm going to get my wife looking
Get the wallop.
yeah, looking sideways at me. Why did it take so long? But, you know, that happens sometimes. You got to do fun things too. And I see the llama a little bit better over in the upper left.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. The llama plush. So, hey, we'll be back tomorrow. And we'll try a live stream. And if we can get Garrett here, we'll go ahead and do a speed run with the three of us. See what happens and what
That'll
that
be fun.
brings. Yeah, well, we can get more crash sites, get more goodies, get more slugs. I don't know if the slugs will help, but we'll see what happens. So until tomorrow, take care, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye.